development, SDG, and meaningful connectivity in the pandemic era for economic, social, and environmental recovery. This event is proudly sponsored by Bakti Kominfo and West Java Provincial Government. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the first keynote speech from the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of the Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Mr. Sakti Wahyu Trenggono.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are very sorry for the inconvenience. We are having trouble, but once again, please welcome Mr. Sakti Wahyu Trenggono.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, greetings to one and all, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my great honor and pleasure to join this GOSMAT 2022 Meaningful Broadband for Blue Economy. We value blue economy as one of main reference to make our ocean sustainability and for the sake of greatest prosperity of the people. Three main pillars of blue economy have been developed as a strategy to pursue those commitment and agenda. Those are ecological health, economic growth, and social inclusion. Those main pillars provide a legitimate basis for safeguarding the health and resilience of the ocean, attracting investment and providing jobs. The transformation of Indonesia's fisheries will take off this year, 2022, with a better regulated and sustainable fisheries. This means that we will have healthy ocean, economic growth, and equal distribution across the nation. Blue economy guide and support market-based mechanism where fisheries products should be sourced from sustainable practices instead. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, three main programs have been introduced, namely quota-based fishing policy, export aquaculture oriented, and aquaculture for community development. Alongside with the fisheries policy transformation, Indonesia is currently applying a comprehensive marine spatial planning. Using MSP, we would like to align and manage multiple stakeholder and sector interests that can be very divergent in environment, social, and economic perspective. All activity must comply with marine space allocation, carrying capacity, and impact mitigation. This means that marine spatial planning serve as supreme reference for economic development and environment conservation interests. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, until now, in our ministry, several platforms have been able to meet digitalization needs in the marine and fisheries sector. To support the three main programs, our ministry is also preparing an integrated satellite-based technology system, which will be used as the main fishing operation surveillance system and providing accurate data on the various needs of anglers at sea. This innovation solution can be used for sensing, understanding, and acting, not only for surveillance. Digital transformation is one of the change management strategies to align people, process, and technology as enabler in the organization to align with the mission, vision, and strategy. At this very important occasion, we appreciate the plan for developing a living lab as a process initiated by Smart City and Community Innovation Center Bandung Institute of Technology. I hope collective action and knowledge in digital transformation are critical to strengthen global effort that will enable us to measure the progress of the sustainable development of our oceans. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have today's Leaders Talk, Digital Transformation for Rural, Village, and Maritime Area, followed by the discussion sessions. This event is also proudly sponsored by Bakti Kominfo and West Java Provincial Government. Well, today, this morning, we are going to listen to three speakers online, virtually, and one speaker on site. And later, I would like to invite those who are in presence to come on stage. Well, please welcome Mr. Glenn Warroch, Mr. Keita Oikawa, Miss Ari Sugeng Wahyu Nuwarti, Mr. Agi Agung Galuh Purwo, and this session will be chaired by Dr. Fadil Hidayat. Dr. Hidayat, the stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I would like to invite Mr. Agung Galuh Purwa.
Dr. Hidayat, he will be arriving soon.
Oh, okay.
So maybe we can carry on with
Okay,
those
thank
who
you.
are online.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Today, our first session of Leaders Talk is about meaningful connectivity. As we know that meaningful connectivity must be a top priorities of internet investment. We all agree about it. And in this beautiful morning in Bandung, I don't know in other country. Hopefully it's a good day or beautiful too. We have 4 speakers as introduced by MC. First is Mr. Glenn A. Warroch. Hello, Mr. Glenn, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hello.
Okay. How are you, Mr. Glenn?
I'm
Where are
pretty
you now?
good. It's beautiful here.
Okay, where are you now? I am in
I'm in
California.
Oakland, California.
Oh, good evening or good afternoon, right?
It's evening. The sun hasn't quite set yet, but it will.
Okay. Nice to have you here, Mr. Glenn. And then our second speaker is Mr. Keita Oikawa from Economic Research Institute of ASEAN and East Asia. Hello, Mr. Keita. Can you hear me? Okay. And then Mr. Agi Agung is not here, but he will arrive soon. And Mr. Dani Januar Ismawan will be represented by Miss Ari Sugeng Wahyuniarti. Okay, let's move to our first speaker. Hello, Glenn. Are you ready?
I'm all set.
Yeah. Okay. If you're ready, please, Mr. Glenn.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hayat. And thanks to Professor Sahono for inviting me to this. I'm glad to be here. I am now going to try to start my slide deck. Wish me luck here. Can you see this? Is this looking good?
It's looking good. You can continue.
Good. Okay. So thanks once again for the invitation. An apology to begin with for those who have seen me speak at a couple of these side events to the T20. You'll see a bit of repetition, but I think it's something worth saying more than once. Today I'm going to be talking about what I call the last gap, which has the meaning I have is the lack of or possibly the final closing of the digital divide in countries of the G20. That could take a couple of different forms, one being the just simple lack of infrastructure that's bringing broadband to people and businesses, but it also could be non-adoption by those people and businesses when infrastructure is available. So the first point that I'd like to make is one that I've made before, which there is a less than complete coverage of broadband service, even in the most developed countries, including the US. Many of my remarks will be a little bit biased towards the US perspective because that's the one I know best. But I hope that it will be the principles that I lay out here will apply to other countries, such as middle income countries like Indonesia and others in the G20. So a key point, I think, is that the deployment that has occurred so far is in some sense the easiest to do. And we wired up or connected up the areas which have the greatest profit, the least cost, and those are the dense urban areas with large multi-unit dwelling units, high income, more educated, and complementary infrastructure. It's really the easiest. The last gap, the one that we're going to see in the next couple of slides, is really the most difficult. And I think that is the focus of this conference here, is the remote regions, far from population centers, not densely populated. The terrain can be rough, and there are other impediments to deployment. What some people have talked about as islands and highlands being the last to be wired. So this just summarizes in a very succinct way, using ITU data, where the internet use has penetrated based on the type of country. Of course, some of this is obvious, that the most developed countries, especially Europe and North America, have the highest adoption rate, but it's not 100%. There's still a last gap for those areas as well. The ones that we're particularly interested in, I think, of in this conference are the last two, which is the landlocked developing countries, the LLDCs, and the small island developing states, the SIDS. So those have much lower penetration rate and therefore much larger last gaps. It's the case, though, that even in the most highly developed countries, and these are this data presented by the OECD, that there is a heterogeneity in the penetration of broadband, and the gap exists even for countries like Ireland, Austria, Italy, Turkey, Poland, falling short of what we might consider 100% adoption. So it exists around the world, and it's different. And what's different is that it's as I mentioned, it's the more difficult to cover. This could be a supply side, high cost of deployment, or a demand side, just a low willingness to connect and therefore lower revenues. Right? An important aspect is that the cost is escalating as we approach complete coverage. That the economics of each incremental area that is in this last gap gets worse and worse. So I'd like to just show a graph that was taken from a working paper at the FCC, where the analysts use the cost model, one that the FCC has built and uses for policy making, and ask the question, what is it going to take to go from 86% coverage, which was the norm in 2017, to 100%? And what you're seeing here is an exponential growth where the first 12% percentage points were estimated to cost $40 billion, but only the last 2 percentage points, going from 98 to 100%, was also $40 billion. So it's increasingly costly to get that additional coverage. And I think part of the reason is because it's using a conventional technology. And I'm going to make the point that we really ought to look at unconventional technologies. The other part of the gap, though, the last gap, is that there's non-adopters. It's been a stubborn segment of the population that has refused to connect. Even when they have options, they've declined different incentives and different universal service programs, and they give good reason for the non-adoption: lack of interest. They didn't see the value in the internet, but also the high cost and other impediments such as lacking a device or digital literacy. And so we really have to attend to the preferences of this group if we're really seeking to get universal connectivity. Right? Those non-adopters tend to be different. It depends on the country, but surveys have showed, at least in the US and Europe, that they tend to skew older, less educated, and lower income, and sometimes, to some extent, also more rural than urban. Despite those differences, there has been an unprecedented amount of spending globally. Here, I just referred to the US and the EU, but these packages are historic in terms of the amount of money that is being set aside. Certainly in the US, through a sequence of pandemic bills that were passed with an ever-increasing amount of money, but also in the EU in terms of their recovery and resilience facilities. And most recently, in Germany, the G7 passed a proposition that was called the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. It had a whopping $600 billion. I guess it's the G7's answer to Belt and Road, China's program. Now, this amount and many of these other figures here are not 100% devoted to closing the digital divide. But some of the money could be spent. In the end, how much, it'll depend on how these are implemented. But I would argue that there is some question as to whether this kind of spending is effective. It's certainly a large amount of money. It's in line with the cost estimates for closing this last gap. But that has been pretty robust in terms of lack of coverage, even despite past spending. So I'm going to argue that we really need innovative technologies and innovative public policies to address it. That the conventional technologies and the conventional public policies really have not succeeded, and that if we're going to close this last gap, we have to try some alternatives. Here I listed some. I'm not an engineer, I'm not a technologist, but I certainly think that the engineers and the technologists are out ahead of the economists and the policy analysts in coming up with some very innovative ways of closing covering the last gap. Conventional technologies, undersea cables that have been successfully deployed in Indonesia, fixed wireless links run over 5G architecture, but also emerging technologies like low Earth orbit satellites, such as SpaceX, and more speculative technologies like you see up in the upper right corner, like high altitude vehicles, which could bounce signals off of to a footprint. Li-Fi, light fidelity networks are truly speculative, but I think it's fair to say that we really need to think beyond the traditional set of technological options. Similarly, for policies, there are many reasons that have been given for not adopting broadband. Two that stand out are the affordability aspect and the digital literacy aspect. So we really need to attack the affordability and educate for digital literacy. At least in the West, at least in the US, I should say, and that use of vouchers, a favorite of economists, has not been attempted, with some minor exceptions. We also could look at the private providers offering affordable plans, which there is some evidence of that taking place. There's also the hybrid strategy of sort of working with multiple programs and taking multiple strategies, like combining affordable plans with infrastructure subsidies, and which is something that has been tried. This is a schematic from a recent General Accounting Office analysis that emphasizes the fact that multiple approaches to closing the digital divide, deployment, planning, affordability, digital skills, are being attempted by different, in combination with a number of different programs. Here, it's a mosaic of 25 federal programs that are currently being run to close the digital divide. They have aspects of these different approaches and are using them in combination. So just to sum up, the last gap persists even in the most developed countries. We've got regions that are uncovered, we have consumers that are unconnected, but it's different. The economics of the uncovered areas are the worst relative to the initial deployment, and consumers who are not connected are in some sense most stubborn in terms of getting them to join the network. Throwing money at closing divide may be inefficient. It's just exponentially more costly, as we saw relative when using conventional technologies. And the subsidies so far that have been attempted have not been successful. There's still 7 or 8% of Americans who are not connected to the internet, and that number has been quite stable. Conventional technologies policies may not work. We need to try alternative technologies, some of those that I had mentioned or showed on the slide before, and we need to innovate on public policies. We need an era where we're trying different things and recording the results and in adapting and innovating on those results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Glenn. Let's give applause. Okay. Thank you for a very interesting presentation from Mr. Glenn about exponential cost of covering less gap, and conventional technology and policy may not work. Need new smart way. Okay, let's move on to the second speaker. Is Mr. Keita Oikawa. Mr. Keita, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please, Mr. Oikawa.
Okay.
Mr.
So let
Keita.
me share my screen.
But before you start,
Yeah.
maybe I want to remind all the speakers that we only have 10 minutes for presentation. Okay, if the time is over, I will remind you that the time is running out.
Okay. Okay. So good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Keita Oikawa, economist at Avia. I'm honored to have this opportunity to speak about meaningful connectivity. So regarding this theme, I will present the Comprehensive Asia Development Plan, CADP 3.0. CADP is a representative research project of Avia, and it studies connectivity across ASEAN and East Asia regions for inclusive and sustainable development of the region. CADP 3.0 hasn't been launched yet, but will be soon published. I hope today's presentation will be a good introduction to CADP 3.0 for you all. So let me begin with a brief history of CADP. Since the 1980s, production networks have expanded rapidly in East Asia. This phenomenon is due to the fact that the multinational firms have optimized their production locations globally by subdividing their production processes. The CADP advocates the simultaneous achievement of deepening economic integration and the correction of disparities by using the power of the production networks and using the existing economic disparities as a source of further economic development. The CADP was first republished in 2010 and submitted to the East Asia Summit. We have been updating based on changes in the developmental status of the region and the technological trends. The CADP 2.0 was published in 2015, and the CADP 3.0 will be published soon. So here, let me talk about the core concept of the CADP 3.0. Since around 2015, the wave of digital technologies such as AI and robotics has dramatically impacted the way of businesses and people's lives worldwide, including ASEAN. In addition, the COVID-19 pandemic had a significant impact on the ASEAN and East Asia region, while further accelerating the digitalization trend. Based on the digitalization trend and the pandemic experience, the CADP 3.0 discusses economic development and social problem solving in the ASEAN and East Asia region from the comprehensive perspective of integration, innovation, inclusiveness, and sustainability. The CADP 3.0 has 18 chapters, and each discusses its individual topics related to the 4 pillars and digitalization deeply. That's the core concept and the structure of CADP 3.0. So now I'm going to talk about the overall story of CADP 3.0. We begin with the reviewing the COVID-19 experience. As I said, the COVID-19 pandemic significantly affected the ASEAN and East Asia region, but at the positive side, the pandemic revealed the international production networks in the region are robust and resilient to COVID-19 shocks. The chart shows the exports of three regions, East Asia, North America, and Europe, since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. Examining the charts, we can see that general and electric machinery, the blue line, and precision machinery, the green line, quickly recovered in the East Asia region. Furthermore, the transport machinery succeeded in minimizing the COVID-19 impact on the production networks compared with North America and Europe, while some sectors such as tourism were severely affected by the pandemic. Factory Asia survived the pandemic and mitigated the negative impact of the economy. Looking ahead to the post-COVID phase, keeping the competitiveness of international production network is one of the key to the region's development. The COVID-19 has another positive aspect for the development of the region. The pandemic accelerated the digitalization trend in the region. The left chart shows that online transaction are one of the most dynamic areas of data transformation. The right chart shows the pandemic brought about a boom in e-wallets and sharp declines in cash and delivery, especially in populous countries such as Indonesia and the Philippines. This accelerated momentum of digitalization must be leveraged for the region's development. Next, I will briefly talk about the concept of CADP 3.0 along with the 4 pillars. The first three, integration. As a background, we saw that ASEAN and East Asia has established competitive international production networks by utilizing multinational firms worldwide, optimization of production sites. Also, digital technologies such as robotics and wireless broadband networks are further unbundling individual production units or tasks, which is a new wave of international division of labor. To fully utilize the new wave of the international division of labor, we need to enhance connectivity. It is imperative to intensify the development of digital economy channels to connect. The Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, represents an opportunity to further integrate the region through digital and digital trade and e-commerce. Secondly, innovation. Digital businesses have shifted their weight from simply providing the market matching function to helping upgrade other industries, including traditional industry. Newly developed countries also have ample room to catch up with and even leapfrogging to a higher development stage. To leverage digitalization in innovation, we need to change our mind and shift some weight from incremental innovation to disruptive innovation. ASEAN can benefit from data innovation by tapping into the potential of the younger generation who have an affinity for digital technology. Existing workforce needs to undergo reskilling and upskilling to remain agile and versatile. Thirdly, inclusiveness. Digitalization will impact geographical, industrial, and societal gap in ASEAN. The geographical dimension includes income and welfare disparity across countries and regions, as well as urban versus rural areas. The industrial dimension includes multinational corporations versus local firms, large firms versus MSMEs, and manufacturing versus other industries. The societal dimension includes gender, aging, education, human resource development, economic and social resilience, and social protection. For example, digitalization may rejuvenate traditional industries by productivity enhancement. Furthermore, digital connectivity expands the scope of goods and services supplied in rural areas, including medical, educational, and government services. We need to promote we need to promote reducing the gaps in utilizing and benefiting from digital technologies. Lastly, sustainability. Key areas for sustainability after COVID-19 are energy and environment for low carbon resource waste management and disaster management. For the ASEAN and East Asia region, sustainability is not only a long-term issue, but urgent problems. The impact of climate change and natural disasters are more pronounced in ASEAN than any other part of the world. Fully utilizing digitalization and making solutions complementary for economic development is the key for the region. These countries at different development stages. Technologies of the fourth industrial revolution have proven to be effective accelerators for the spectacular business models in several industries such as ICT, mining and manufacturing, education, and healthcare. I have talked about the concept of CADP 3.0, and digitalization is key factor for integrated, innovative, inclusive, and sustainable Asia. Here I show how we can achieve a regionally inclusive growth by introducing to the geographic simulation. The geographic simulation analysis is a representative analysis of CADP since the first version. CADP 3.0 lists prospective, ongoing, and future hard infrastructure projects, which are selected based on the following factors: the impact on the project area, the medium and long-term plans of each country, priority project, and projects related to neighboring countries, and the project feasibility and capacity to be implemented and constructed. In total, 779 representative and prospective projects are selected. They are comprising of roads and bridges, railways, seaports, etc., as you can see in the screen. And by region, Mekong sub-region has 396 projects, and PIMP, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, has 361, and IMT, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand sub-region has 19. Let's see the results. As I said, geographic simulation is a representative analysis of CADP since the first version in 2010. Comparing the infrastructure development status in 2010, the current infrastructure list shows much progress achieved on highways combining heavily populated regions. So infrastructure projects linking cities are less important in economic terms. Now, urban transportation, rural infrastructure, and expanding existing infrastructure are gaining governmental attention. Some ASEAN member states still need to strengthen the transport infrastructure to connect cities and communities. Countries approaching completion of their core transport infrastructure must confront increasingly tough issues to obtain extra economic advantage, such as deploying ICT infrastructure and introducing energy-saving technologies. So we have 6 simulation scenarios. From first to fourth scenarios are the component scenarios. First is physical infrastructure scenarios, which counts only physical infrastructure projects such as roads and bridges. Second is IT infrastructure. Third is communication technology infrastructure. And the fourth is energy conservation infrastructure. Fifth and sixth scenario are total economic effect scenarios. The fifth is a scenario just combining from first to fourth scenarios. Sixth scenario is fifth scenario plus still remaining key transport infrastructure projects that have significant economic impact, which is called all scenario. I will select some important results from them. From ITC scenario, the simulation shows the benefits of IT are not just good for the city where the IT infrastructure is built, but for the whole country. From CT scenario, most ASEAN member states our areas benefit economically. From combined scenario, there are synergies between 4 scenarios, and from all scenarios, almost all of ASEAN will gain positive economic impacts. The figure shows the economic impacts of all scenarios. The darker red area means a larger positive impact on the area. As seen in the figure, current less developed areas are expected to gain more. That means the CADP 3.0 presents a development plan contributing to closing geographical development gaps in the region. Here's the conclusion. COVID-19 has brought about a significant impact on the ASEAN and East Asia economy. However, COVID-19 shocks revealed the robustness and resilience of factory Asia and brought acceleration of digital transformation. The region must utilize this occasion as an accelerator of necessary economic and social transformation. Geographical simulation demonstrates that if infrastructure development, ICT goals, and the introduction of new technology to achieve to achieve energy efficiency are effectively coupled. Many outlying parts of the ASEAN member states may expand further. The ASEAN and East Asia economy must fully utilize digital technology for its integrated, innovative, inclusive, and sustainable economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Keita. Very good presentation. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Keita explain about pillars to meaningful connectivity. There are four pillars. First is integration, second is innovation, third is inclusiveness, and fourth is sustainability. Thank you for the good presentation, Mr. Keita. Okay. Now I would like to invite Mr. Agi Agung Galuh Purwa, Head of eGov Division, ICT Department of West Java Province. Welcome, Mr. Agi. Okay, nice to meet you. But before we listen to the presentation from Mr. Agi, yeah, maybe we move to our third speakers from Director Public and Government Service Bakti Kominfo will be represented by Miss Ari Sugeng Wahyuniarti. Hello, Miss Ari.
Hello, good morning.
Are you ready, Miss Ari?
Of course.
Okay, Miss Ari, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ari Sugeng Wahyuniarti, and I am the Division Head of Telecommunication and Information Services for Community at Bakti Kominfo. Today, I want to share with you some of the exciting initiatives and programs that Bakti has been working on aimed at bridging the digital divide, especially in the remote, underdeveloped, and outer areas in Indonesia, as we call it in Bakti, 3Ts area, tertinggal, terluar, dan terdepan. Let's get started. Next slide, please. First, let's talk about Indonesia's vision for 2045. Indonesia aspires to become one of the biggest nations in terms of GDP by 2045. The strong and resilient economy in Indonesia will be fueled by the expansion of Indonesia's vibrant and growing middle class, with 70% of Indonesia's citizens expected to become part of the middle income population by 2045. Indonesia will also experience a demographic bonus where 68% Indonesia's population will be at the productive age of 15 to 65. The presence of this demographic bonus highlights the significance of education to ensure that Indonesia receives the many benefits of the demographic bonus. Next slide, please. To illustrate the digital landscape in Indonesia, let's take a closer look at how Indonesia competes to the rest of the world. Digital capability is one of the key factors of nation competitiveness. However, according to the IMD World Competitiveness Indices, Indonesia ranks low in terms of, first we know, World Competitiveness placing 37, and then the second one, World's Digital Competitiveness placing 53rd, and the third is a Talent Competitiveness ranking at 50 globally. In order to achieve Indonesia's vision for 2045 and unleash Indonesia's economic potential, the nation's digital transformation effort must be accelerated to transform the country's digital landscape and drive change to our nation's competitiveness. Next slide. Inclusivity is a key to digitize Indonesia. As we can see in the statistic, while we have made progress in terms of constructing the ICT infrastructure as only 11 provinces that are still underdeveloped, but the utilization of internet itself still has a huge gap between Western and Eastern areas below Indonesia's average. And this is where Bakti comes in, of course, as a affirmative policy. Next slide. As a government agency, Bhakti has the mandate to provide ICT infrastructure and ecosystem that serve communities from the non-commercially visible area across Indonesia. It was established by the Ministry of Communication and Informatics in 2018 as we inspire to ensure equal access of internet services for people in remote, underdeveloped, and outer areas in Indonesia. We believe quality and access to telecommunication and internet services is fundamental for human rights. Next slide. To achieve this vision, we develop a policy for both top-down and bottom-up approach. For top-down approach, we intend to accelerate the development of digital infrastructure through satellite and fiber optic, as we know as Palapari, as part of Bhakti's obligation to provide universal communication services. For bottom-up approach, we provide BTS and also internet access as part of Bhakti's intention to accelerate digital transformation in Triti's area. Talking about BTS and internet access, until mid-year 2020, Bhakti has provided more than 3,000 BTS across nations and more than 16,000 internet access in public areas like school, puskesmas, or public health services, village office, and many more. We understand that not only we need to provide the digital infrastructure, but we also have to develop a robust digital ecosystem which aims to increase the internet utilization, especially for underdeveloped and rural areas in Indonesia. Now I will walk you through this on how we conduct those approach areas as a main focus of our discussion today. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indonesian government has created a map that brings together 10 priority sectors of Indonesia's digital transformation. This becomes a primary blueprint for in supporting a national digital ecosystem. The 10 priority sectors center around digitalizing business, citizen, and government, which include sectors such as digital financial services, education and digital literacy, digital trade, as well as digital health. Bhakti understands that the opportunities that can be explored within the region and in our effort to push through digital transformation by producing 20 digital ecosystem activities as well as 6 digital government platforms. Next slide. Our activities have, next slide please. And our activities have extended to 44 programs that foster the inclusivity of digitalization, where we hope we can close the digital gap to secure a brighter and more connected future for Indonesia. As you can see, we have carefully measured the plan, our initiative that empower communities, especially in disadvantaged region. Whether it might be by educating small and micro businesses to embrace digitalization or pushing through innovation in digital health. Our diverse programs seek to elevate people through digitalization and technology. Bhakti also believes that how we use technology and the internet will be influenced through education. And with that reason, Bhakti places great investment in developing digital human capital development, such as through training sessions regarding coding, telecommunication, computer science, as well as English. Next slide. Bhakti has played an important role as an orchestrator by collaborating with various stakeholders. We collaborate and inclusive nature of Bhakti's digital ecosystem initiative that rely on working closely with many strategic partners like government, ministries, local government, also run the sustainability of Bhakti programs. Today, we have worked with over 16 government agencies at national and subnational level, major telco operators, and over 30 startups and digital firms that support our mission to build digital ecosystem in rural communities. Next slide. Through this digital ecosystem initiative, Bhakti has served more than 600 villages, 35 districts out of 5,000 remote and underdeveloped villages in Indonesia, with over maybe around 3 million rural communities impacted. Our program are designed to bring real economic impacts to participants, especially programs that are designed to help bring rural commerce into digital platforms. Indonesia is projected to become the fourth biggest economy by 2045. And in that case, Bakti aim to support the business ecosystem in disadvantaged region to be ready for the digital age. And next slide, please. Finally, we hope that you will collaborate with us also as our strategic partner. We believe that mutual partnership will create meaningful impacts and bring smile for a millions community in rural and remote areas. Our work is driven by our motto, make things happen meaningfully. And we are excited to welcome you on a journey built to resilient digital economy. And I stop here. I apologize. Maybe I can join. I can be able to attend the Q&A session because I'm on a sick leave and I'm at hospital. Thank you very much. You can question for the question. You can email me. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Ari. Let's give applause for Miss Ari. Okay, let me highlight, simply highlight Miss Ari presentation. Digital capability is most important of the competitiveness, and Bakti role is not only develop the infrastructure, right, but also develop the robust digital ecosystem. Okay, thank you very much, Miss Ari, for the good presentation, and then let's move on to our last but not least, Pak Agi. How are you, Pak Agi?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm good, also good. I'm very good. Are you ready, Pak Agi?
Sure.
Okay, 10 minutes.
All right.
I will remind you if the time is running out.
Okay. Yeah.
Please, Pak Agi.
All right. Thank you, moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say thank you, Prof. Suhono, who invited us to be one of the speaker here. And I would like to discuss about one of our breakthrough program called Desa Digital or Digital Village in this session, Leaders Talk, Meaningful Connectivity. And next slide, please. And as we already know, West Java is one of the biggest province in Indonesia. It's 20% of Indonesian population is here in West Java. It's mean that if we can solve a problem in West Java, it's similar with address problem of 20% Indonesia. So it's really a big opportunity to make a digital approach all across the province. But we have several problems regarding the digitalization. First of all is we still have blank spot area in West Java. Next slide, please. And then all across West Java, we have 5,312 villages, and then 624 are still in blank spot area. This is the data from the central government. And also regarding the digital literacy, we still have problem with, next slide, please. We still have problem with the largest numbers, but lack of digital literacy, because the numbers of internet user is getting higher and higher, but also the hoax, misinformation, and so on. It's getting higher as well. So we need to increase and develop the cultural capacity of using safe and digital technology. And regarding the potential of West Java, based on the main commodities that we have all across the province, the agriculture is the main commodities. It's 72% of West Java commodities is for agriculture. So that's why we really focus on the agriculture, because this is the main commodities all across West Java. And also we have the industry, manufacture, trade, retail, mining, etc. And regarding the next slide, please. The index itself, based on the central government, we have developing village index progress, and the number is quite good as well, because we don't have any very underdeveloped village as well. From 2020 to 2029, the independent village all across West Java is getting higher as well. It means that the progress of West Java developing village index, it's quite good. So how to address those kind of challenge and also to improve the potential of West Java? In order to make the progress of development in the village area, we focus on 4 main aspects. The next slide, please. So this is the stage. The first is, as I already mentioned, that we still have problem with blank spot, right? So we have a smart infrastructure project. In this smart infrastructure project, we focus on how to develop infrastructure project in those blank spot area. And then when the area already have the internet access, we introduce smart society for them with the digital literacy, how to make people, especially in the rural area, know how to use internet wisely, how to use internet for economic development, for the education, to improve their life, and so on. And then the third part is smart economy. We try to introduce the villager to the e-commerce as well. For example, I think in Indonesia, we already know many brands of e-commerce, and we try to introduce all those e-commerce for the villagers, especially for the village who has like the good product in their village. And so they can sell it through e-commerce. And then for the highest part is the smart environment. We invite many startup which focus on the development in the rural areas to together with us to address many problems in the village. For example, for the agriculture, we collaborate with one of the startup called Tani Hub, and also with the Habibi Garden. And for the e-fishery, we collaborate with e-fishery and so on. We have like 35 partners so far, how to make kind of collaboration between the government with the startup to address many problems in the village. Next slide, please. So based on this approach from 2019, since the program established to nowadays, the number is quite high. Is the total beneficiaries is 2,185. But still, if we compare with the numbers of West Java village, is still the gap is still there, because the numbers of the total village in West Java is 5,300. So that's the thing. We need to make kind of collaboration with other stakeholders, because the numbers of village itself is really huge all across West Java. Next slide, please. And then this is the 32 partners that we already collaborate so far to address many problems in West Java, including Bakti. Bakti really help us to address digital blank spot all across West Java, and also Kominfo, the Ministry of ICT. We made really good collaboration regarding the digital literacy, because they have really a big quota to make many digital literacy event all across the province, and also many startup and academia which same focus with us to address many problem in the village. And this is one of the example of the program. Next slide, please. For the agriculture digital village, we have two best practice in Cimenyan, one of the village in West Java. We introduce many IoT approach to make the bell pepper and red onion in that area become really efficient and effective regarding the how to manage those farming process. And also we have healthcare digital village in Garut and Bandung, collaboration with Kotak Dokter. So the Kotak doctors implementing helps the villager who have difficulty getting services from the specialist doctors. So it's like telemedicine, how to connect the local doctor to be communicate with the specialist doctor in the urban, because in the urban the facility and then the numbers of specialist doctor is much higher than in the village. And also the last one is fishery digital village, the location in Subang, Indramayu, and Cirebon. So we introduce smart auto feeder for the farmers, and then based on the numbers that we have, the productivity it's higher as well compared with the conventional approach. The range of productivity is increased between 30 to 100%. And then this is the example of the best practices. Next slide, please. Yeah, we implement several digital approach in several areas we already discussed previously, and then based on those approach, we have several recognition from national level and also from the international level as well. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the digital transformation award regarding the digital approach in the village that we already implement so far. And we try our best, and then we invite many collaborators to join with us to solve the digital problem in the village through Desa Digital program. Yeah. That's all that I present. I think it's already enough for the time, right?
Okay,
thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Agi. Very interesting presentation, and let's give applause to Mr. Agi. And we still have 4 minutes for question and answer session. I would like to invite participants. If you have any question, please raise your hand and identify yourself. Don't have any question? No? Okay. Hello, Mr. Glenn and Mr. Keita. Are you still there?
I'm still here.
Hello. Okay. I have question for all speakers. Based on data from the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, or we usually call it KKP, Indonesia maritime potential reached 13 trillion rupiah and can only be achieved with digitalization in maritime sector. What do you think about this? Maybe Mr. Glenn first, 1 minute, short answer.
So what you're proposing is, or mentioning, is that there's an estimate of the economic gain that could be achieved through digitalization. Is that how I understood it?
Yeah, yeah. Digitalization for maritime area.
I have to admit, I would be a little skeptical about the estimates. It's for a couple of reasons. The practical reason is just to carve out that portion that can be attributed to digitalization, but also the fact that a lot of things can go wrong. I realize that some of these areas where the fisheries would be located and the benefits realized are quite remote. And I wonder whether those forecasts aren't built upon an idea that the connectivity that would come about would be perfect, highly reliable, low latency, and fast speeds. So I'm generally skeptical of forecasts, and so I would, as we say, take it with a grain of salt, and not be skeptical of whether those are going to be realized. Certainly, if you're making investment decisions based on that. One of my points in my talk was that those billions upon billions of dollars that have been appropriated by developed countries are anticipating return on investment that has not been realized in prior years when similar investments were made. So I'm skeptical.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Glenn, for the answer. Maybe Mr. Keita?
Okay.
Short answer, please.
I think I'm sorry. I have no ability to
Okay, okay.
answer to your
No
question.
problem, no
Yeah,
problem.
but I think the one thing is that one connectivity will affect the another connectivity. So that's all that goes on. So maybe we think that comprehensively think about connectivity whole as a whole region. Then, so please wait for our CADP 3.0. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keita. Maybe Pak Agi, like to answer, short answer, please.
All right. Based on my personal point of view, I think that even though maritime area is like when we compare in West Java, like I already mentioned, agriculture is the highest potential in West Java. So yeah, compared to the maritime, is the number is not really high. But in the national level, considering we are the maritime area, we are the archipelago country, I think that number is quite reasonable. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the short answer and very good answer from our speakers. And nice to have you here, all speakers, Mr. Glenn, Mr. Keita, Miss Ari maybe, but Miss Ari already log off, yeah? And Pak Agi. And let's give applause to our speakers for this morning. Thank you very much for your attention, and this is the end of this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and have a nice day.
Dr. Hidayat, we would like to offer a token of appreciation for Bapak Agi. Maybe, yeah, in front of the stage is, okay. Photographers, ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a break. See you in the next session in 20 minutes. The leaders talk will resume at 1:05 Jakarta Standard Time. Thank you and have a nice coffee break.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe.
Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar, kami persilakan untuk memasuki kembali ballroom karena acara akan segera dimulai. Bapak Ibu yang masih menikmati kopi dan kudapannya di luar, kami persilakan untuk kembali masuk ke ballroom karena acara akan segera dimulai. Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention please? The leader's talk will resume shortly. Thank you. You are welcome to bring the coffee and snacks into the ballroom so you can still enjoy the food while listening to leader's talk.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe.
Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ballroom, kami persilakan untuk masuk kembali ke ballroom. Apabila belum selesai menikmati kudapan dan kopinya, makanan dan minumannya boleh dibawa masuk ke ballroom sehingga dapat tetap menikmati santapan ketika mendengarkan atau selagi mendengarkan leader's talk selanjutnya. Ladies and gentlemen, the event will start shortly. Thank you.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the second Leaders Talk, Digital Transformation for Rural, Village and Maritime Area, followed by the discussion session. This event is proudly sponsored by Bakti Kominfo and West Java Provincial Government. We are going to listen to some speakers virtually, so please welcome Mr. Turksel Benskir, Ms. Gabriela Rigoni, Mr. Eddie Satria, and I would like to invite Ms. Lady Giroth to come on stage. This talk will be moderated by Mr. Rizka Nugroho. Mr. Nugroho, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Osi, for this event, for this great. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Best wishes for all of us. Welcome and thank you so much for investing your time with us in this T20 hybrid side event, Digital Transformation for Rural, Village and Maritime Area. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rizka Nugroho as the Secretariat of Task Force 2 T20 Indonesia. It's been my honor to serve you as moderator today of this Leaders Talk session of Digital Transformation for Rural, Village and Maritime Area, where we will be discussed regarding topics economic development and SMEs for rural and village area. As the World Bank reports, small and medium enterprises play a major role in most economies, particularly in developing countries. SMEs account for the majority of business worldwide and are important contributors to job creation and global economic development. They represent about 19% of businesses and more than 50% of employment worldwide. Formal SMEs itself contribute up to 40% of national income in emerging countries. Among the ASEAN countries, Indonesia has both the highest internet economic growth and value and the largest GDP contribution brought by SMEs itself at 61%. Despite of Indonesia's being internet economy value leader, digital transformation still needs to be accelerated further for the Indonesian sector for SMEs to scale up successfully. So here we are gathering together today in this session to build a new landscape for collaboration between nations and all stakeholders to ensure inclusive SMEs growth and recovery from pandemic. In this lovely afternoon, we have four speakers. And I have here Mrs. Lady Giroth here with me. First speakers come from Professor Tuksel Benskir. Professor, are you ready?
Yes, I
Professor
am ready.
Tuksel
Thank you.
Professor Tuksel Kaibens here is a professor from Ankara Haji Bayram Valley University. She is the one of the first associate professor in the field of management information system in Turkey. So, Professor, you have 10 minutes to share your presentation in this session. The screen and time is yours. Please.
Yeah, thank you. So let me share my presentation. So before starting, I would like to thank you, distinguished chair, and also I would like to invite me for this session, the honorable chairs, and also distinguished speakers and participants. So we have limited time. I want to start to present my readiness. Here, I will present Turkish case. So we have many challenges. Under these challenges, I will focus on Turkey, what did in this challenging, and especially focusing on SMEs cases. So shortly, I will mention challenges and problems of rural and village area today we faced, and also I will mention Turkish case, and shortly I will present my recommendations. So, as you know, we have under the digital transformation process, and also we can see from the many reports underlying the digital transformation is very hot topics, and also to deal with global problems, we need to complete our digital transformation in and also to be ready as a society. So the latest digital transformation report of World Economic Forum states that to be successful in the digital age, companies, especially we can mention SMEs, actually we can add also micro scale business also. So we need to become a digital business. Why? It's important to be transformed digital, in especially for SMEs. So we can say developing and changing rapidly in our economy, and also we can see processes and strategies that worked before are likely to be useless today. If SMEs want to survive in this new area, they should have to digitize their processes, platforms, customer experiences, products, and marketing strategies. Actually, they have to develop new business models and new managerial theories, and also they have to be align themselves according to new digital live realities. So when we look at the manufacturing area, especially is an engine of the economy, it's necessary to increase the manufacturing capacity in high tech and to create the value added, and also ensure that the materials, intermediate products, and also available with the SMS, and we need to change their technology. So to keep up the value-added structural transformation in industry, we have to become more and more important to get the new technologies, especially based on the AI technologies. So to develop our design, production, management skills according to that new requirements, and to get much more productivity and to get more product quality. So we can summarize our global challenges today. As you know, COVID-19 pandemic is the very big issues we faced to transform our whole process to digital life. And second, also climate change, and also digital transformation by itself is also a new challenge for every area. According to World Bank, COVID-19 epidemics affect economies in two ways. The first is temporary and permanent reductions in labor supply as a result of people getting sick and dying. And second effect is behavioral changes towards the epidemic. So we need to deal with these two challenges while transforming the SMEs to digital life. And also we have other economical problems. We have lack of policy and legal and regulatory readiness, lack of technical and financial capacity, institutional problems, and also our sectors such as transportation, energy, industry, health, education, and water management needs to change according to these problems and getting help from the digital technologies. And also we have another problem, lack of synergy and collaboration between all actors, central, local government, private sectors, NGOs, universities, and research centers. We need collaboratively together work to recover and to be strong. So let me look at the Turkish case based on the SMEs, what they did. As you know, Turkey is in Central, and our population is 84 million. And when we look at this figure, we can say Turkey is trying to develop themselves based on these new challenges and try to be a good economy. So when we look at the beginning of the COVID pandemic crisis till this time, we can see some figures to get an idea about Turkish case economically, what's the impact of this global problem. We can see exports in 2019 was 4.9. Now it increased 7.4. And also, beside that, imports also increased from minus 5.23 to 8.8. It shows us Turkey faces many problems, but on the other side, Turkey is trying to increase their economical indicators and develop the countries to deal with these global challenges. And also, we can look at the list of the countries' natural disaster risks. Turkey stay with the low change disasters area, but we can see also in Turkey many problems such as flooding, such as forest firing, etc. So we are also trying to deal with these disaster problems while dealing with other health problems, and also to transform to Turkish economy to new stages. So, as a number of SMS in Turkey, we can see 2020 we have 3.2 million SMS. Actually, this means the 99.8% of enterprises in Turkey, very huge number. And also, it creates provide the 73.8 total employment, and also it means the 64.5 of total earnings of business in Turkey, and also realize the 56.3 of Turkey total exports. So when we look at these numbers, we need to say SMS digitalization power is really very, very important to deal with these challenges and to create new value for Turkey and for the world. So in Turkey, we have many institutions and organizations deal with SMEs policies. In one side is the ministries, and also we can see Industry and Technology Ministry, Treasury Finance Ministry, Ministry of Commerce. Besides that, we have specific organization, COSGAP, SMEs problems and policies applied with this institution, and also other organizations. So, as I mentioned before, we need to synergy among these all actors to create the reasonable policy and to apply them well in the field, and also for the digitalization process, all these actors actually they are trying to transform themselves in one side, and also they are applying new programs to help the SMEs to create their own value based on new technologies. So let me focus on COVID-19 pandemic process, what we did in terms of SMS policies. When it started this problem, actually Turkey tried to solve this problem very urgently, applying new programs and new support systems. So the impact of the economic activity unfolded and like in the region and also in Turkey. So Turkey managed to contain number of COVID-19 cases relatively effectively, first phase of outbreak, thanks to strong intensive care infrastructure and targeted lockdowns. And also we can see Turkey prepared social and economic aid package, we called Economic Stability Shield Package, for the SME in order to improve negative effects of COVID-19 break. And also we can see women entrepreneurs have been one of the biggest segments that could not feel their economic activities against the COVID-19, and also women enterprises faces and they cannot earn income, they cannot continue their businesses, social needs are met, and also we need to support them and to increase their motivation to work in this area.
Professor Turkso,
so,
I'm sorry,
yes.
you have only 2 minutes to wrap up your session.
Okay, I have
Thank you.
few one, and I'll try to finish my presentation. So as we see the Turkish case, we have mostly provided motivation and organizational support and open communication. And let me skip this. And the advantage of for entrepreneurs digitalized doing business online, and to be understood to create disadvantage of entrepreneurs. Here we can see like a Trendyol and other platform help to SMEs to create their own business in online process, and even in the village area, some entrepreneurs have a chance to access the global market. So SMEs in Turkey supported and localized strategic products with high imports and increased their use of domestic inputs in a higher rate production. And we can see Turkey also help these businesses support micro and small business organizations, giving financial support. And when we look at the climate crisis problems, we can also have some specific supports. As a part of European Green Deal, with Turkey trying to rearrange to change environmental process and to get to be ready as a cultural to reduce the carbon footprint, and also creating new options for climate crisis. We need well managing energy consumption, and we need to review our value chain, especially while considering the SMEs. And we can say for the digital problems, we have still problem infrastructure to turn to our systems to blockchain technologies and AI technologies, and to use the digital technologies and to create the data-driven organizations and the data-driven decision-making process, and especially for the SMEs needs to transform themselves according to this infrastructure. And also we need to create the cyber hub, air hub, and sea hub, like to enhance our connectivity and collaboration. And also we have to deal with the enabling factors in terms of digital transformation, digital literacy, cybersecurity, trust, and privacy issues. So as a conclusion, I can have some recommendations, but I will not read all of them. I can underline innovative and strategic sectoral formations we need to high added value we have to support, and also producers' awareness of new technological developments needs to be increased, and partnership collaboration among all the actors we have to deal with to create a policy, and also we have to develop to increase management and digital skills, corporate competencies, and AI technologies based on digital organizational and managerial capacity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Tuksel Kayabensir. Please give a warm applause for Professor Tuksel Kayabensir. Professor Tuksel is a little bit describe about the condition of SMEs in Turkey post-pandemic, and how is the challenge from digital transformation there in Turkey. Thank you very much, Professor Tuksel. Now we are continue to have our second speaker from Mrs. Gabriela Rigoni. Mrs. Gabriela Rigoni is from Universidad Nacional de La Plata, Argentina. Miss Gabriela Rigoni.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Gabriel Rigoni
from Argentina, and good morning.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Mrs. Rigoni is also an author for T20 policy brief. So now, please, the time and screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation to share some ideas of our policy brief here in this side event of the T20. We worked in a special policy brief, as you said, and I'd like to introduce some of the ideas we developed. First of all, we find that we can't have an equal opportunity to succeed if we have different points of departure and if we go under different conditions. This is what we see when we talk about MSMEs and when we talk about people living in rural areas and maritime areas and small villages. All those groups share some limitations regarding size, which is not cost effective, the literacy of their human resources, distance, isolation for the marketing tools are not so accessible. There are some disadvantages relating competitiveness and the deficit of knowledge and awareness of chances and new business opportunities. So in all of these cases, in MSMEs, in all areas and vulnerable groups, especially, we find digitalization is a tool to level up the playing field in order to have the equal opportunity to succeed. So promoting development and growth entails addressing those barriers, those limitations, and we need to find these platforms that can improve their quality of life, build a better future, community welfare, and even when we think some of them may be really small steps, we find that every small step taken makes a big difference. So we need to address these policies to aim a global recovery, especially after the pandemic. We need to boost MSMEs, development and promote entrepreneurship, help community projects create value, achieve true local development, promote a digital-led global recovery from COVID-19, and help MSMEs access a broader market, integrate global markets and value chains, become competitors in niche markets, and reduce size disadvantages in international trade. In our policy brief, we worked in 3 areas: in the access to data, access to technology, and access to finance. I will address specifically access to technology. And first of all, we have to say that digital economy should not be ring-fenced. So if we have market failures, we should address them as regular market failures. So we shouldn't care if they are in the digital economy, we should take care of them. And for that, we have some policies we really think G20 should embrace. First of all, and we talked about this yesterday and today, to subsidize cost of digital technology itself and digital technology associated costs, because we have a different level. We don't have the same point of departure. We need to differentiate the pricing for rural and unfavored regions and vulnerable groups, and especially to MSMEs. We need to think of a digital space quota, as well as we have the slotting allowances in the supermarkets for MSMEs. We should think in a digital space quota in order to let all the MSMEs apply for a special market share. Other policies include a fair trade initiatives in the digital realm. We know fair trade initiatives all usually refer to a certification that aims to ensure a set of standards are met in the production and supply of a product. If we think about applying those fair trade initiatives to rural areas, we will find it's a great way to level the playing field, to allow them to get those standards, worker rights, safer working conditions, fairer play. Some other policies may relate to specialized digital marketplaces for local and regional community projects to facilitate consumers on the surrounding areas to access to these products from digital local fairs, improve the clustering of vertically integrated products, and reducing the transportation and logistics costs. This last one is really important, for instance, in our country and in Indonesia. In Argentina, we have some examples of these past proposals. We have a new digital marketplace prepared and uploaded by the Public Postal Services, which covers all our extensive territory, which is really big, and we have an accidented territory. We have mountains, we have some isolated towns and villages. So it's really important to have a full coverage of our territory. It guarantees logistical distribution in its own postal offices and has a reduced and subsidized transportation cost. We have also digital local fairs clustering vertically integrated products sold by sellers located nearby each other, so that they can send you their products, reducing transportation and logistic costs. This worked a lot with textile products and with food products. It's really working in Argentina. And last but not least, the digital nodes, the public connected points in small towns really worked specifically during the pandemic. The United Nations Development Program launched a program to give every town a computer in order to be able, in order for the people to be able to get to the public registries, to pay their taxes. So it's a small action with a big difference to these small towns. As you said earlier, MSMEs together are the biggest employers in any local economy worldwide. In Argentina, MSMEs are employing more than 80% of the local workers. That's how important is the MSMEs altogether. So they are the economic backbone of our society, and the G20 must empower those MSMEs to reach healthy, inclusive, and economic development which is sustainable. The special needs of rural and remote areas should be considered specifically.
Okay.
And as I listened yesterday to all the expositions, I took these words and phrases. We talk about quality of life.
Pardon me,
We
Professor
talk about
Gabriela.
inclusiveness.
Your
Yes, I'm finishing.
your time is
And
over,
a
so
better future, sustainability.
I believe you have to wrap up your presentation because your time is already 10 minutes.
Yes, I was saying these are the words and the phrases that I heard yesterday and today, and they are positive. So we have to think about this and really boost MSMEs through the digital revolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gabriela Rigoni. Give applause for Professor. Thank you very much, Professor Gabriel. Now we are continue to the third speakers of the session, Bapak Edi Satria. Bapak Edi Satria is Deputy for Microbusiness from Indonesian Ministry of SMEs. Our highly appreciation for your time, Bapak Edi Satria, and valuable contribution to this event. Bapak Edi Satria, you have 10 minutes to share your presentation. The screen and time is yours. Please, Bapak.
Thank you, Pak Rizka. Please share my presentation from the organizing committee. Good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen from Indonesia and around. Good afternoon from other part of the world, and also, of course, good evening for Gabriela, probably evening now. How are you doing, everybody? So it is an honor for me to speak again under this topic for especially for development and SMEs for rural and village area. Really an appreciation for the OC from me. Please, next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are aware that Indonesia is actually still the fourth largest population in the world in terms of population, fourth largest countries in terms of population. I revised. So basically, excuse me, I have to minimize okay. So basically, we are on the G20, and of course, some of the economics indicators shows decline and increasing in different ways. So basically, this is in general our population scheme breakdown of the millennial, baby boomers, post generation Z, and the other variables. So we still have the problem with ease of doing business, and also the other part of the global peace index and digital competitiveness. So, but basically, we are now trying hard to work to push all of the numbers goes up, and especially for the MSMEs, micro and small medium enterprise, we have the very good program to transform them for coping up with the situation and today's technology and ICT application improvement. So please go next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned by the other speakers before, we have to taking care of the infrastructure, especially for access of the people. So out of the 270 million people, we are now have the internet user around 2405 million, meaning that around 74% of the internet users are available in Indonesia. And with the smartphone, 370 million, with the social media user around 200 million. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of how we spread out all of the development programs to the rural and the villages has in the good direction in terms of working, synergizing the program, synchronizing the program among the line ministries. For example, from our ministries for cooperative and MSMEs. Also, we have the village, especially for the ministries for the village development. When we have also the agriculture and the rest of the thing relevant to the MSMEs. So this is basically in terms of how we are ready for the digitalization for Indonesia and especially for the MSMEs. Next slide, please. This is the latest situation. Please stay in this frame. Don't move up and change the appearance to the OIC. Yeah? Please stay this way. No. Please, it's difficult for me to read out if you go back and forth. Yeah. So yeah, please stay this one. Thank you. So this is basically the role of Indonesia MSMEs right now in terms of population. All of the Indonesian company, Indonesian businesses are categorized in MSMEs, covering up to 99%. So please stay in the. I cannot read that one, please. Thank you. So our population in terms of the MSMEs, it cover up to 99%, and we cover the employment rate for the 97%. And national investment for our GDP contribute from MSMEs around 61 actually. And also the MSMEs plays a role for around 16% of the export. And then of course the MSMEs digitalization now around 25%, meaning that we are improve a lot in terms of how we digitalize, how we onboarding our MSMEs to the digital platform. So of course we are concerned with the village and the rural area development, especially for the MSMEs. So basically, this is the new role of our criteria, the new rule. With the new law of the Cipta Kerja, what we call it, and we have our government regulation number 7 of 2021. So this is the criteria in terms of how the enterprise scale of the from micro to the small, medium, and big company in terms of offset and amount of assets that categorize them belongs to its classes as micro, small, medium, and big company. Next slide, please. So as we mentioned before, we are ready for the transforming our MSMEs in the different way. We have four transformation for our MSMEs. First is the informal to formal, how we transform the informal businesses like the street vendor, like many other vendor in around warung, kiosk, and others. And we have the platform, what we call in oss.go.id, that everybody, every vendor, every street kiosk can transform themselves by putting the data, and then they got the what we call the ID number for the company, for pelaku usaha, for the company, for the businesses. So the second one is how we transform into the digital and business utilization. We maximize all of the process for MSMEs through digitalization, and we are now busy with collecting the data of them right now. Of course, when we are talking about trade and international trade, we have also to taking care of the third transformation is how we transform into global supply chains. Yeah. And then the last but not least, we have to modernize our cooperative, so that we have the cooperative modernization program. Below is the target from now on 2022 to 2024 for each of the sum of indicator here. First of all, the role of our cooperative contribution, we have to improve it to 5.5% next 2024. And the MSME's contribution is 63 to 65%. That I mentioned before in the first page is 61%. So this is for the second. The third is entrepreneur ratio that we really need to improve a lot, from 3.75% to around 4% out of our businesses that can categorize them as a good and professional entrepreneur. Of course, this number is very low compared to other countries like Malaysia, Thailand, or even to Korea. I don't know, to Argentina, what the number is Ms. Gabriel mentioned before. And modern cooperative, we have to make it, this is not 150%, but 150 unit to 500 unit in 2024. Sorry for the typos. And the contribution for export is going up to 17%. And then, of course, still now we have the very low access of the formal financial institution credit, especially for the people credit. It is still below 20%. So we do hope that it can be improved a lot in next coming years, and 2024 becoming 30% actually. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, the way of our transforming program for the MSMEs and cooperatives. Next, please. One of the example how we think that a lot can manage it to the rural and village is through the fintech for MSMEs. Of course, as I mentioned before, the access credit is still very low, under 20%. So we want to make the breakthrough, through fintech customer, through MSMEs. The latest data is 62% have already around, and then there are the key risks. Also, fintech production we prepare for the people. Right now, 16% merchant are already having the key risk, the code, the barcode, I mean for transaction. So the rest is about how we use the OJK, or the authority of banking authority regulation to really make the equity crowdfunding working in Indonesia. So next slide is one of the example how we do make our rural and the people credit to have what we call it the cluster. So we want right now to improve today is micro entrepreneur in agriculture usually find it still difficult to have access to capital due to lack of literacy, network, and mental barrier. So we provide some startup in agri-tech platform, and we have also in the fintech platform. So we both have the interface between banking and the farmer or fisheries, something like that. So we also, the initiative try to make easy for fisheries to access the capital. Yeah, in about 2 years, it is since financing service inception, the agriculture platform has already partnered with tens of the P2P lending platforms. Yeah. It has already helped more than 10,000 fisheries and micro entrepreneurs, and it helps disburse more than 500 billion of working capital to help fisheries. So this is already happened in the rural, especially in the agricultural area and the coastal area for the fisheries. It is targeting right now to this around what call it? You move, yeah. Sorry, I have to check.
Apologize because your time is already 10 minutes. You might wrap up.
Yeah, I will wrap up. That's
Thank
basically
you.
this is our presentation. Last but not least, please only one more slide. Yeah, simple one. Sorry. So this is basically 6 priority program for our institution, for our ministries, especially for the rural. We are taking care of the extreme poverty reduction. Also, we have the cooperative and MSMEs data collection, and we have also new for the people who need help to enter the barriers of the MSMEs. Okay, by saying that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for the time. I think this the very time is very fast. I hope you can get some ideas of how Indonesia is moving forward for the MSME sector. Thank you. Bye.
Very much. Thank you very much, Pak Edi Satria. Give an applause for Pak Edi Satria here. Pak Edi shares about Indonesian landscape for SMEs in Indonesia. That's how much potential SMEs in Indonesia itself. Now we are coming to our last session, our last presentation, and our last speaker also in this session. Miss Lady J. Giros. She came a long way from Manado, am I right? From North Sulawesi in University of Technology. Miss Giros also an author for Task Force 2 T20 Policy Brief. Miss Lady Giros, the time and screen is yours.
Thank you, Pak Rizka, for for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the committee for inviting me as a speaker today in this lovely city, Bandung. I love Bandung very much. Our honorable speaker, Professor Turksey Kaya Bengshir, Professor Gabriela Rigoni, Insinyur Edi Satria, and participant on site and online. Good afternoon. Allow me to introduce myself once again. As Mr. Rizka said before, my name is Lady Grace Jane Girot. I am a lecturer from Universitas Teknologi Sulawesi Utara, long away from my hometown, Smart Village. Okay, first of all, let's start. Next slide, please. Yeah. It is a universal phenomenon that small and medium enterprises are playing an essential and vital role in the nation's economic and social configuration. Enterprise is the antithesis of command and control. The worldwide perception of small and micro businesses of firms has reached noteworthy importance in the economic progress of a nation. All over the world, the entrepreneurs who operate them are getting thoughtful attention from planners, economists, government, and multilateral agencies. In developing countries, the sector is beneficial in the development of rural regions and has significant in poverty alleviation. A rural area have a strategic position in supporting the country development priorities. Small and medium enterprises are playing an essential and vital role in the nation's economic and social configurations. The Smart Village is one of the programs to reduce the gap in the flow of information that occur in the village. And digitation doesn't about automation or implementing technology into existing process only. It must also leadership, culture, and government. Next slide, please. According to the data published by the Ministry of Cooperative and Small Medium Enterprises of Republic of Indonesia, as Pak Edi mentioned on the presentation earlier, there were 64,194,056 small medium enterprises in 2019, and made up 99% of the total business population and employed almost 96.9% of total workforce. They contribute 60.5% to national GDP and 15.6% to Indonesia's non-oil exports, demonstrating the micro, small, medium enterprises have an important and strategic role in the national economy. Next slide, please. As you can see at the table, based on government regulation, there is a change to the classification criteria for micro, small, and medium and large enterprises in Indonesia. I think next slide, please. Yeah, digitalization is essential to facilitate access to finance, market, and trends to people's consumption patterns to digital. As Deputy Minister of Ministry of Cooperative and Small and Medium Enterprises of Republic Indonesia, Hanung Harimba Rahman, admitted that according to data, only small medium enterprises connected to digital platforms have experienced growth since the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. There has been an increase. As you see on the table that a number of small medium enterprise per 100 people in Asian member states, latest available year, Indonesia has lots of small medium enterprises, almost 225. Next slide, please. Okay, the challenges that we face right now. One of the primary drivers of rural-urban migration is lack of employment in rural areas, which exacerbate the ever-increasing challenges of providing adequate basic infrastructure to an increasing number of unplanned low-income urban settlements. The lack of dependable infrastructure assets in rural areas, which result in lack of access to basic social services, market and job opportunities frequently force the local rural population to migrate. In addition, the approach to developing rural areas is generally still carried out on a sectoral basis without adequate coordination and evaluation mechanism. Rural development strategies can be explicitly made pro-poor by optimizing the employment impact of physical infrastructure and service delivery strategies, providing social safety nets and other alternatives such as unemployment insurance, microfinance, or job training. Next slide, please. Therefore, regional economic growth must be able to synergize with each other to strengthen the quality and sustainable nation economic growth. The Smart Village is one of the programs to reduce the gap in the flow of information that occur in the village. The key technology empowering micro, small, medium enterprises. On the presentation, first one in 2017, more than 60% of Indonesia micro, small enterprise were online. According to McKinsey, the global consultancy, Indonesia trajectory in the digital landscape is very similar to China's from 2010 2010 to 2015 particularly. There are four powerful forces has emerged in the digital landscape of Indonesia. First one is cloud computing, enables businesses to leverage resources and higher level services immediately. The second one is e-commerce, describes all transactions made in a digital space on platforms that connect buyers, sellers, and other service providers. The third one is sharing economy using products and services. And the last one is social media, enable users to interact with each other on digital platform. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a kind of technology landscape for micro, small, medium enterprises in the digital landscape of Indonesia. As seen on the screen, there are lots of digital platforms that we use right now to help us more comfortable in digital world. There are Gojek, Grab, Traveloka, Facebook, and more startup coming in nowadays. And then next slide, please. I would like to highlight a case study in Likupang, North Sulawesi, which is my hometown. That nowadays Likupang become one of super priority destination for Pak Jokowi, and thankful for that. Our community needs to be encouraged to develop digital service in tourism marketing, which is part of Smart Village concept for sustainable tourism. Later, the manufacture of handicrafts and development of family-based micro, small, medium enterprise, and the management of tourism services, as well as the economic development of tourism, West Bank development can be carried out through environmentally friendly smart technology. And tourism development in supporting this activity must certainly be reflected in every community activity, and if this is managed properly, it will generate foreign exchange earnings for the state and increase the community economy. These can be realized by being supported by an empowerment policy, by cooperating tourism supporting communities such as local government, academics, businesses, startup communities, and also the media by prioritizing the role of women as tourism drivers. And in Likupang, there are a small village named Desa Budo, appointed as Desa Wisata from Pak Sandiaga Uno. Next slide, please. There, I think we come to policy recommendation. The first one is there is a need for the government regulation as a legal standing that regulates the provisions for smart village and rural area that support sustainability in terms of social, economic, and environmental aspect, and empowers the pentahelix ecosystem. The second one, there is a need for synchronization in the management of smart village and rural area that utilize technology and is environmentally friendly across sector consisting of local government, academics, businesses, communities, startup, and media. Next one is formation of a cross-sector smart village and rural area development team to create synergy and collaboration so that smart village and rural area ecosystem can be sustainable. Next one, the capacity building of human resources is not only in regional operator organization and the community through training, and the importance of managing smart village and rural area through digital transformation approach. And three more, cooperating with university to carry out research on the development of smart village and rural area through digital transformation approach. monitoring smart village and rural area development activities by prioritizing digitization through startup communities, by utilizing technology with the digital transformation approach. And the last one is mapping the smart village and rural area development model using the principle of community participation, followed by mapping the technology-based circular economy process. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you all for the opportunity. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ledis Giros. Please give a warm applause for Ms. Ledis Giros. Long way from Manado came to Bandung. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all distinguished speakers in this session for such a fruitful presentation about all the issues and the challenges of digital transformation for SMEs, mostly in rural and village area. Our highly appreciation for your time, for all speakers, and valuable contribution to this session. And now we are entering the discussion session. Is there any question we have for our online participant? Is there any? Or any question from our participant here at the venue? Is there any question from all the speakers? Or might the question come from the speakers to other speakers also, if there are any? Maybe Professor Turkstal or Professor Gabriela, is any question from our speakers to another? Okay, thank you very much. If there's no other question, allow me to wrap up this session and share a slide of thought about SMEs digital transformation. The pandemic is not only affected most of the small and medium enterprises worldwide, but also pushed the small business to accelerate and develop in digital transformation. However, digital transformation for SME is occurring the scale and the rate at the both scarce and also excited in every business. And it comes with some challenges that become the reasons behind the slow growth of SMEs, such as limited access of finance, lack of database, undeveloped sales channels, low levels of financial inclusion, and more. Meanwhile, digital transformation is also offers SME unprecedented opportunities for innovation. Digital innovation has transformed the developing economies and created new opportunities for SMEs infrastructure leapfrogging. Hopefully, together we can build good cooperation and collaboration in near future to build more meaningful digitalization by fusing digital transformation and smartization with the spirit of recover together, recover stronger, and recover smarter. Thank you very much to all distinguished speakers on this session, Bapak Edi Satria, Professor Ben Skir, Professor Rigoni, and Ms. Girot itself for the insightful presentation and clear delivery about the issues transformation for SMEs in recovery from pandemic. On behalf of Task Force 2 Think 20 Indonesia, thank you everyone for joining us today and have a great rest of your day. Thank you very much. Back to you, Ms. Osi.
Thank you. We are going to offer the token of appreciation for Ms. Giroth. Would you please come on stage, in front of the stage? All right. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we will have lunch break, and please be reminded that we will hold a joint session of T20, B20, U20, ERIA, and DEWG on speaker sessions. This event is, of course, proudly sponsored by Bhakti Kominfo and West Java Provincial Government. So enjoy your lunch and see you at 1 p.m. Jakarta Standard Time.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe.
Perhatian kepada Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ballroom, kami persilakan untuk kembali masuk ke ballroom karena acara akan kami lanjutkan. Kepada Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ballroom, kami mohon untuk kembali ke dalam. Bapak Ibu dapat membawa serta piring dan makanannya, sehingga barangkali bisa menikmati dessertnya atau makanan penutupnya dengan sembari mendengarkan keynote speech berikutnya. Ladies and gentlemen, the event will start shortly. Would you please all come back into the ballroom? Thank you.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe.
Kami ingatkan kembali kepada Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ballroom untuk memasuki ballroom karena kita akan segera memasuki acara selanjutnya. Kepada Bapak Ibu yang masih ada di luar ballroom, kami persilakan untuk membawa piring atau makanannya ke dalam sehingga masih dapat dinikmati sambil kita mendengarkan keynote speech berikutnya.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have the keynote speech by the Minister of Communication and Information Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Dedi Permadi, Minister Special Advisor for Digital Policy and Human Resources Development and a spokesperson of the Minister. Mr. Permadi, stage is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished chairs and co-chairs of the G20 Working and Engagement Groups, lead co-chair of TF2 T20, Prof. Suhono Supangkat, Chief Operating Officer of Area, Mr. Koji Hajiyama, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I wish you all stay healthy. First of all, I wish to congratulate the T20 Indonesia for the hosting of this very important joint event. Today, on behalf of the Minister of Communications and Informatics, Republic of Indonesia, allow me to share how we can and are trying to achieve an optimal digital development through the three key themes of these events, which are meaningful digital connectivity, empowerment, and cybersecurity within our conscious efforts in the G20 forum. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the internet is now woven into the entire fabric of our societies. The typical internet user now spends more than 12.5 trillion hours online in 2022 alone. Yet, a full 1/3 of the globe's population remains totally offline, and many among the online population are not meaningfully connected because of connectivity that is unreliable, unaffordable, and difficult to access. To achieve an optimal digital empowerment, we also face various challenges. Many still misconstrue having internet access as the solution to digital-based problems, while the same time neglecting the important access of knowledge and skills needed to implement technologies. Along with the exponential development in data flows, cyber attacks followed with increase in frequency, sophistication, and impact. Ransomware, for example, ransomware attacks marked more than 100% increase over 2020 and more than triple the number we have seen in 2019. On the other hand, data breaches exposed 22 billion records in 2022, and the average cost of a data breach was $4.24 billion in 2021. Unless we provide a serious solution to those challenges, our rapid digital transformation would only ensure bigger problems. Firstly, advancements of digital innovation, lacks of a meaningful and inclusive digital connectivity could serve a great chasm for those left unconnected. Secondly, availability of digital technologies without clear, empowering goals left innovations important in bridging life-changing impacts. Thirdly, abundance of data without a consensus and data governance practices creates a wide opening for new and improved criminal acts targeted towards the most vulnerable of society. We believe that navigating through these difficult challenges in the digital era requires global collective cooperation, one of which is through the G20. As the G20 presidency, Indonesia carries the main theme of Recover Together, Recover Stronger. Digital transformation as one of the priority issues of this year's G20 presidency is entrusted within the works of Digital Economy Working Group, or DEWG, which promotes discussion in three priority issues, namely, 1. Connectivity and post-COVID-19 recovery, 2. Digital skill and digital literacy, and 3. Data free flow with trust, or DFFT, and cross-border data flow, or CBDF. To achieve a meaningful digital connectivity, it is imperative that we transform our digital ecosystem to bridge the widening digital divide. The first priority issue, connectivity and post-COVID-19 recovery, encourages discussions amongst the largest economies on digital connectivity that would benefit all people, including through fostering innovation and digital transformation. Secondly, digital ecosystem needs not only be all-embracing, but at the same time empowering and life-improving. Under the second priority issue, namely digital skills and digital literacy, DEWG aims to compose a G20 toolkit for measuring digital skills and digital literacy to help policymakers assess and manage existing digital readiness from supply-demand perspective to enhance the quality of digital empowerment. Such efforts also extends to prepare our society members in vulnerable situations to meaningfully participate in digital economy, as well as preparing to face the necessary use of emerging technologies. Finally, DEWG third priority issue, data free flow with trust and cross-border data flow, will discuss about the importance of uninclusive data flow frameworks and at the same time addressing the practical issues on G20 members' practical approaches of implementing DFFT and CBDF. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me close my remarks by quoting the economist Adam Smith, who once said, "No society can surely be flourishing and happy of which the far greater part of the members are poor and miserable." Our progress into digital society is still a work in progress. We have to make sure that this global society to come will be a less inequality, safe, empowers all living in it. I believe and hope that today's discussion will be both fruitful and practical, in which we have to arrive at the actionable decisions. Let us together continue to strengthen our collaboration, realizing an inclusive, sustainable, and empowering future through digital transformation. Recover together, recover stronger. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now listen to the last keynote speech from the Chief Operating Officer of ERIA. Please welcome Mr. Koji Hachiyama.
Thank you very much for explanation. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. It's my great pleasure to join this event organized by G20 Task Force 2 in collaboration with B20, U20, Y20, ERIA, and the E Working Group. Today, I would like to present the topics on way forward to digitalization. Next, please. The e-commerce markets in ASEAN, China, and India keep growing rapidly. They maintain the two-digit growth since 2015, and in the next 5 years, they are very likely will continue to do so. The market of ASEAN will grow at compound annual growth rate CAGR of 20%, and that of China and India will grow at 12.5% and 17.7%, respectively. By the end of 2020, the combined e-commerce revenue of ASEAN, China, and India will account for half of that of the global market, increasing from the combined share of 43% in 2017. In general, the outbreak of COVID-19 and its impact has forced several countries to make various efforts, such as the implementation of social distancing or lockdown measures, which do not seem to interrupt the growth tendency of e-commerce. By projection, the year-to-year changes of e-commerce revenue between 2019 and 2020 will reach $17 billion in ASEAN. Next, please. In ASEAN, especially Indonesia is the largest and the fastest growing e-commerce market. The Indonesian market contributed to more than half of the regional e-commerce revenue since 2018, with Thailand and Vietnam follows as the second and the third largest e-commerce markets, as this graph shows. The ranking order is not likely to change in the next 5 years, but Indonesia's market share tends to further expand to 57% in 2024, whilst the combined share of Thailand and Vietnam tend to decrease from 25% in 2019 to less than 22% in 2024. Similar to Indonesia, Myanmar, Philippines, Malaysia, and Laos PDR are projected to maintain the growth with the CAGR higher than 20%. Next, please. International Production Networks, IPNs, in the East Asia are robust and resilient to COVID shocks. As seen on the graph in this slide, export of major machinery industry such as General Electric, this is a blue line, and precision machinery, this is a green line, quickly recovered, and transport machinery, this is a red line, minimize the COVID-19 impact. On the other hand, some sectors such as tourism were severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Asia's factories survived the pandemic and mitigated the negative impact on the economy. Next, please. Next, please. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerates the digitalization trend in the region. Online transactions are one of the most dynamic areas of digital transformation. As left chart shows that the COVID-19 pandemic has not interrupted the long-term tendency of growing users and transactions. Furthermore, as right chart shows, the pandemic brought about a boom in e-wallets and sharp decline in cash on delivery. Next, please. From areas studied on measures taken to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, the results show that the most preferred measures taken regarding the supply chain in response to COVID-19 is cost reduction and or optimization, while the least is the digitalization. It shows that only 23% took a measure to recover from COVID-19 impact by digitalization. I think it is a very small number, and many companies are still facing obstacle to digitalization. However, I also think that there is a huge potential for digitalization if the obstacle could be solved. Next, please. Yes. I'd like to introduce the detailed situation of each region and countries. This slide shows that compared to US, Europe, and others, Japanese-related companies choose digitalization the least as a supply chain measure in response to COVID-19. Next, please. The India and ASEAN companies did not take so much measures for digitalization of supply chains as this graph showed. Okay, and next, please. And as we know that current uncertainties of the global economies are increasing more and more. And these are some of the risk factors that led to the unstableness of global and regional economy. For example, COVID-19 pandemic, economic friction between US and China, natural disaster, and drastic change of exchange rate have caused serious damage to supply chain for the last 3 years. And the rapid increase of energy and commodity price currently has also caused a serious damage to global economy, as you know. Therefore, resilient network is very important, and digitalization is one of the most important key challenge to this unstable situation. Next, please. In this slide, I'd like to introduce you to the area's research on Comprehensive Asia Development Plan, or we call it CADP 3.0, which will be published soon. CADP 3.0 has 4 pillars. The first pillar is integration. Not only physical, but also digital connectivity could realize robust and resilient international production networks, IPNs. And integration requires full use of new wave of the international division of labor by enhancing digital connectivity. The second one is innovation. Innovation implies that we shift weight from incremental innovation to disruptive innovation. And in ASEAN, there are so much more younger generation than developed countries. Therefore, ASEAN can get advantage from digital innovation from their young generation. The third one is inclusiveness. Inclusiveness requires to be addressed from 3 dimensions. First one is that the geographical, such as urban versus local. Second one is industrial, such as big company versus micro and small and medium enterprises, MSMEs. And third one is societal, like gender or aging or disability issues. And finally, fourth one is that the sustainability. There are 3 key areas. First one is energy and environment for low carbon growth. And second, resource and waste management. It's including the circular economy. And third, disaster management. And an integrated digitalization can solve the social problem. Next one, yes. In realization to the digitalization, cybersecurity is a very important issue. This table shows Asian emerging economies scores and global ranking, Global Cybersecurity Index, GCI, and National Cybersecurity Index, NCSI. While GCI indicates the level of the cybersecurity commitment of countries, NCSI measures the country's preparedness to prevent cyber threats and manage cyber incidents based on the security implemented by the central government. Based on the available data, Malaysia and Singapore seems to be better prepared for cyber threats than the others. Most of countries show high level of commitment to implement cybersecurity measures, but CLM are lagging behind. From the regional perspective, the unbalanced development in cybersecurity would hinder data flows region-wise and increase the cost and risk of doing business online. Next, please. Many companies are working for digital transformation, as you know. However, this process is a step-by-step approach. I think that most of digital transformation are still only at second stage from company to company digital transformation. Achieving third and fourth. Third means that from the upstream to downstream. Fourth means that across the border, country to country, connected by digitally. And achieving the third and fourth stage needs digital connection from upstream to downstream, which requires process of digitalization, as shown in this image. And as you can see that in the fourth stage or third stage, that connectivity is very, very complicated. So for realization of full digital transformation in the region, it can only be achieved by creating a mechanism in which all data flow through the data platform, as the image at the bottom of this slide shows. Next, please. This slide shows why common data platform is so important. This is a simple image for supply chain across the border. As I explained on the previous slide, many of factories, transportation, customs are almost digitalized using common data. However, in many cases, this common data only is shared within the same companies or same transportation company or the same custom, and not yet shared with the other companies. If this common data will be shared from upstream to downstream across the border with all factories, transportation, custom, retailer, consumer, then all activity such as flow of goods or supply chain can be managed automatically. This is an integrated digitalization. Therefore, establishment of common data platform is very important. Next, please. In order to achieve the digitalization in the region, it is important to take into account the hard and soft infrastructure such as common data platform, data free flow, standard, data change or interoperability, and cybersecurity and protection of personal information. And it is also needed to improve the human resource development. It is not only the digital skills, but changing mindset is also very important. Next, please. This is a summarize my presentation. Post-pandemic, ASEAN and East Asian aim for the integrative, innovative, inclusive, and sustainable region through digitalization, which is a key factor for development. And due to the risk factors for global economy, it is important to analyze the address the cause seriously. The establishment of common data platform to manage all activities should be main objectives for the completed digitalization. And furthermore, it is necessary for the public and private sector of ASEAN and East Asia to work together to address the improvement of environment for digitalization. Thank you very much for kind attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have the last leg of the speakers session. Okay, and we are going to listen to 5 speakers, and I would like to invite those who are on site to come on stage. Please welcome Professor Danang Parikesit, Professor Hasbullah Tabrani, and we have speakers on Zoom as well, Mr. Fajrin Rashid, Teguh Dartanto, PhD, and this talk will be moderated by Associate Professor Dr. Hoirul Anwar. Mr. Anwar, the stage is yours. Okay. Oh, Pak Suhono? Okay. Okay. Photographers?
Oke, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. So, I do hope that you are well and you can enjoy the next sessions. We will be having a very good talk from our honorable keynote speakers today. So, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Hoirul Anwar. Currently, I am the director for the University Center of Excellence for Advanced Intelligent Communications in Telkom University. So I am very happy to be with you today. And we will have a very good discussion with you and with all speakers on site and also online. First, I would like to welcome our keynote speakers. So we have Professor Danang Parikesit. Thank you very much, Prof, for attending. And oh, sorry. So I think I need the the slide. And then after that, we will be having the second speech. Will be provided by Professor Hasbullah Tabrani. Thank you very much, Prof. Yeah. And then after that, we will be having a speech also provided by Muhammad Fajrin Rashid from Telkom Indonesia. And then after that, continued by the speech from Dr. Teguh Dartanto from T20 of the TF9. And then after that, we can enjoy the break, and the break will be about 15 minutes. So after the break, we will be having also the speech from Dr. Bayondi Sandasima from the Y20. And then after that, the speech will be provided by Dr. Insinyur Setiawan Wangsa Atmaja. Yeah. And the speech will be provided online. And finally, I think we will be having a closing speech from Professor Suhono Supangkat from the TF2 of the T20. So first of all, let's give applause to all speakers on site and online. Okay, so thank you very much. So everybody, the rule is like this. So the speakers will provide speech, and then continues is in this flow. And then finally, at the end of the talks, we will have the question and answer sessions. So I do hope that everybody take note while the speakers give the speech, take notes, because by making a note, everybody can understand well the flow of the talk, and then everybody can have many questions, I do hope. Yeah. So by doing that, I think this session will be very fruitful, and we can provide input to the G20s, such that the communique of the T20, and also the other division that is from the B20, U20, Y20 area and DEWG can provide the good input to the G20 summit meeting. So again, let's give applause to all of you all before we start the speakers. Okay, so I think that we understand clearly the flow. So I would like to invite as the first speakers. This is with the title of the Promoting Innovation and Digital Transformation in the Infrastructure, Technology to Support the Strategy Issue for Digital Connectivity and Recovery After the COVID-19 Pandemic, Digital Literacy, Digital Skills, as well as Cross-Border Data Flows. So let's welcome Professor Dr. Technology Insinyur Danang Parikesit, MSc from the TF8. So Prof, the times and the stage is yours. Thank you very much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for the moderator, Pak Koirol, and everybody who is present in this forum. And I thank also Pak Suhono for inviting me to this important webinars. Today, this morning, I visited one of the projects that is managed by the Ministry of Public Works, connecting Bandung to Kertajati. It is expected that this toll road will be accomplished by end of this year to be used by next year. And I think this is a very important lessons for all of us, looking at the role of infrastructure and infrastructure technology to ensure that not only the virtual mobility but also physical mobilities are ensured to facilitate the economic development and social development of the people. And then when looking at these projects, I keep thinking of myself, with the growing demands for infrastructure developments in one hand, but on the other hand, there is a suppressed supply of finance and capital. What can we do? Again, on the other hand, some of the economists mentioned about the stagflations, the high inflations and high costs of providing any commodities, including infrastructures, due to the global geopolitical conflicts and other factors. But on the other hand, the demand for infrastructure is keep going to serve the needs of the people. And technology, and especially on the digital transformations for infrastructure, is seen to be an exit strategy. And so what I will do in the next couple of minutes, spending time with you, I will be talking on the ways to promote innovation and digital transformation in the infrastructure technology, but focusing on what is the outlook, what is likely to happen in the next 5 or 10 years. And I will give you a showcase in Indonesia, what the Indonesia has or is doing right now, and what would be the recommendations of the Task Force 8, which is another task force on the T20. Task Force 8 is a task force on infrastructure investment and financing. Looking forward to be submitted to the both T20 as a material for T20 communique or recommendation, as well as the hopefully further commitment of the G20 leaders or G20 member states. My name is Danang Parikesit. I'm the lead co-chair of the Task Force 8. At this moment, I'm also the professors and senior lecturers at Gajah Mada University, as well as the head of the Indonesia Toll Road Authority. So let me begin, next please. Let me begin with showing the importance. This is a study conducted by McKinsey in 2022, very recent data, very recent research that has been presented by McKinsey during the T7 meeting in Berlin earlier this year, showing that infratech or infrastructure technology is becoming a top priority for operators and investors. It is very obvious, again, as a response to the high capital costs for providing goods and services through infrastructures and the limitations of supply of capital. Technology is becoming a very apparent way to overcome those problems. People are expecting that technology will be able to provide infrastructure in the most cost-effective way, quicker of delivery of infrastructure, as well as the lower cost to the customers. Now, with the PPP, with the public-private partnerships put in place for infrastructure development, infrastructure projects, people are expected to pay for the infrastructure services. The needs for having an effective and efficient delivery of infrastructure is imperative. People are looking at solutions to make sure that the cost of investment for infrastructure is put as low as possible, as competitive as possible. The technology will significantly change the way of the infrastructure landscape, and it is very well proven in both developed and developing countries. So I think many of the investors, financiers, operators are now looking for ways to ensure that all the technology is put in place, not only for the infrastructure on the construction side, but also on the operational side. And I think from the data that is collected by McKinsey, again, it shows the huge potentials if countries are investing in technology, especially on the digital technology, and both on the digital infrastructure as well as the digitalization of infrastructure technology. So they are both interconnected. They are both need to have an attentions. People are often mistaken of the two terms. The first of the digital infrastructure, and second terms is digitalization of infrastructures. So they both have different meanings, but again, both are very important for us to pursue and push as far as we can to ensure that the delivery of the goods and services to society can be made in the most possible and competitive ways. Next. This very small words. I don't know whether you can read it from behind, but the 6 trends in the today technology are creating a new paradigm in investing and operating infrastructure assets. So any countries, everybody, every investors, every operators are rushing in to find ways to look for ways in a digital technology and the digital infrastructure, as well as the digitalization of infrastructures. And what I will do in the next couple of minutes is to show or give a information to everybody present here today, as well as those following from the online services from YouTube or from Zoom, what Indonesia has done. Next. Maybe I'll continue the next one. So again, before going into the showcase, when we talk about infrastructure, we will be talking about a very diverse type of infrastructures, from transport, energy distributions, electricity distributions, water, waste, telecommunications, and also housing. The data shows that for all of these infrastructure sectors, the way that they can leverage the use of that infrastructure is through digitalizations and digital technology. Next, please. Now, the Indonesia Showcase projects. This is the one of the example that we would like to show to the G20 member states as well as the experts around the world, that we have actually not just talking, but it's also walk the talk. And one of the example that I bring this into this forum is the intelligent toll road systems known as ITRS. This is a part of the building block of digital transformation in toll roads, at which my office is responsible for that. Next, please. One of the, there are already several initiatives going on, but one of the particular project I would like to highlight is the toll road transaction system, which is now on the preparations, which we hope that we could roll out by the end of this year or the beginning of next year. Next, please. They called multi-lane free flow projects. It's an automated toll road transaction technologies, which now employing the so-called GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite Systems. It's going to be the first in the world. I think we are on the race with the China on implementing this technology for toll road transactions. When at this moment, when you enter the toll gates, you have to tap your e-money or electronic card, but now in the future, they will not be necessary for you to do a tapping on the toll gate. So the vehicles will just pass along, and then the vehicle will be identified by our satellite technology, and then the charging for the toll road, the use of toll road will be automatically done. Next, please. This is on a concession, so investments are being made by the investors. It's an international consortium, and we hope that within the next 10 years we will have a good systems before it is been given back to Indonesia at the end of the concession period. And this is a part of the whole roadmap. Starting in 1978, we do cash payments in the toll roads. In 2017, we started to have the cashless. But now what we are looking at is the not only cashless, but also contactless systems where the vehicles can just pass through without stopping by at the toll gates. And it is a new systems in Europe. They are using this for freight vehicles, for the lorries, for trucks. But Indonesia has begun to do it not only trucks but private vehicles. Next, please. So this is a basic architecture of the GNSS solution to allow the interactions of vehicles and satellite systems, and also the payment for the toll road system. So it is again a big step, a big leap to allow more and active digitalizations in the infrastructure operations and transaction systems. Next, please. So we are now doing a transition period. We hope that by the end of this year, we have started to roll out the pilot system, and by the end of the next year, or beginning of the 2024, the systems already rolled out 100% to all our toll road systems. Next, please. So again, it goes to a certain number of milestones, and I think we are very proud of making sure that Indonesia is actually taking very active roles, not only in terms of putting it on the policy level, but on the already it is on the implementation level. Next. And this is again is a good bridge for us to allow us as a host of the G20 or a T20 to make sure that promotions and innovation of digital transformation in the infrastructure technology is put in place and series of recommendations. I will let you read all the recommendations. I think the presentation will be available to all participants, and I'll be happy to take questions and comments of this presentation. So with that, I will end my presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Parikesit, for very nice presentations to us. And I note that at least there are 3 points that we can obtain from this talk, and then I do hope that everybody is also preparing the question for Professor Parikesit. Okay, so the next we will be having the second speaker for the sessions, Professor Hasbullah. So I do hope that Professor Hasbullah can provide the speech on time with the title of the Digital Transformation and Strengthening Innovation on Handling Global Health Security, Sustainable Health Financing, and Political Leadership on Global Health. So Professor Hasbullah Tabrani from the TF6, the time and stage is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pak Hairul, Prof. Suhono, Prof. Danang, and everybody. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you. I'm given a very long title, so I don't know how to talk in 15 minutes, but I just touch briefly the ideas of this digital transformation needed not only for Indonesia, that's across the globe. Next slide. Yeah. So in Task Force 6 deal with the health security and COVID pandemics, we have 10 policy areas that we have to focus to provide recommendation for the G20, to provide policy briefs. Among others is digital transformation. This is one of the recommendations that we would like to do. Certainly Indonesia already doing quite significant progress on this digital transformation in the health sector. But we are thinking not only for Indonesia, but we hope that this digital transformation can provide us in the planet, in this planet, maybe next planet if we can survive next next centuries. Yeah, how to ensure that everybody living in this planet having a good health. Yeah, next slide. So before that, I would like to just remind us that COVID-19 just awakening us on the need of the healthcare reform. Yeah. Healthcare is important because everybody needs healthcare once in lifetime at least. Yeah. Everybody needs a doctor once in lifetime. If you don't need now, maybe one day. Yeah. That's very unique because if you are an engineer like Prof. Danang, Prof. Suhono, you might not need to meet engineer personally. Yeah, during lifetime because they can work something else, then we enjoy their work. But for the health sector with doctors, we have to meet individually with the doctors. And a lot of information are kept by doctors. A lot of information on our health record also must be exposed to the doctor in order to the doctor can communicate, can diagnose our disease, and then give option for treatment. Wherever we are, we can live in Jakarta, but we get treatment in Japan, in Germany, or other. So that's important information that need to be available in order to live in this planet healthily. COVID-19 already create this correlation between the health sector and other sectors, especially in economies. The world lost about $3 trillion because of this COVID. And if you look at this graph, it is from the World Bank, the number of countries affected by this COVID, almost all countries have the impact of this country and losing a lot of money too. So then we just aware that very important is health sector. Yeah, next one. This is another graph that the World Bank and WHO just published early this year, showing how this is all over the world get suffering from economic loss due to the disease. So if we control the disease, then we might prevent the economic loss or greater economic loss in the future. However, if we look at the current vaccination, for example, vaccine is the technology, medical technology that can prevent disease in communicable disease, yeah, but probably in the future for also chronic disease, yeah. But we can see that only 8% of low-income countries receiving vaccine, while in the high-income countries there is a high percentage of the population already receive it. Here in Indonesia, we have not reached 70% of the vaccination of all the people. For other disease, for Pak Danang work, for example, toll road, that might not be a big problem. But for the healthcare, if you are not vaccinated and you travel across countries, across regions, you distribute the disease to others. So this is the urgency of the digital transformation and informing people, getting access to the medical record everywhere doctors can do it. Yeah. Next slide. So the value of this digital transformation is very important. Next slide. Yeah. This is another fact. We don't know why. This is just showing you the distribution across almost 2.5 years from the beginning. You can see in the world the distribution quite unique in the top right graph, maybe following closely with the US graph. But in Indonesia and in Philippines, India, we have the different crop. What's happening with that? It can be because of the late information coming in, information about the new variant of the COVID-19, the virus, SARS-CoV virus, and therefore we cannot control all the sudden, yeah, and then spread. Next slide. If we can look at the cases in Vietnam, for example, it is quite unique, and Thailand, for the first year, they don't get this disease. They were able to control, probably because they suppressed, at that time it's very strong control, no tourism and so on, so they safe. But later on they start opening and then they start getting the disease, and they're more in the late coming, they get this disease. So how can we inform people that they have a risk to spread disease to other people when they travel? It's one of the very high risk. Next slide. We have different world now. 100 years ago, the similar COVID already happening, attaching and killing 1/3 of the world population 100 years ago. We call it Spanish flu. Well, at that time, the travel times not very high speed like now, you know. Travel time from London to New York at that time took 3.5 days by boat. But now, only 8 hours you can travel. And therefore, the disease can spread very, very quickly. Yeah, if we don't inform them, late information, then they will already late that people already traveling and on the way and no information. But now we can block it. The number of people travel 100 years ago from UK to USA about 10,000 a year. Now 25 million. Can you imagine if 1 or 2 people that bringing disease can go travel together, they can spread to many people. Fortunately, we have now technology, both communication technology, digital technology, medical technology. Medical technology provide diagnosis, so we can diagnose quickly. We can develop vaccine quickly. Information technology can spread, inform other people, hey, there is a disease here, be aware. And then therefore we can see the spread of this disease. Unlike 100 years ago, we can prevent relatively good, and mortality also can be reduced to less than 1% of the total cases. Yeah, but still 600 million people suffering from this COVID, and economic loss huge. So are there possible this disease re-emerge or emerging or continue, because we have not finished with this COVID? We identified 21 communicable disease that possibly can re-emerging, can create new pandemic if we don't prevent. So that's only for biological agents. New emerging disease, we never know. It can be coming from animal and then spread human to human like COVID, and then we just stop people moving. If people moving stop, then economic stop. Yeah, that's the main problem. We can have some disease spread by animal like flu burung or bird flu, easier to stop. We can kill the bird and then stop spread, but we cannot kill people who suffer from disease. Yeah, we have to have something new technology, airborne, and waterborne developed. There might be also biological weapons. We don't know. If there is a Ukraine war and then used by Russia or by Ukraine, we don't know, and then spread all the air, and then all of a sudden we can suffer from serious disease. And if it is very virulent, then it can be a disaster. It can be killing all the people. Non-biological hazard also affected by climate change can also affect us. How we inform our friends, our colleagues, our people, our brothers across the countries, across island, quickly, swiftly, that's our challenge now. Yeah? So they can prevent from suffering this contagious disease. Of course, human behavior also should be changed. Yeah? Maybe there is a digital transformation later on, so on, they can, from distance you can change the behavior, so they can be disciplined. I don't know. With these birds, yeah. Next. So, therefore, after this experience, G20 is looking for more elaboration of
the hand, there are jobs that are actually increasing. Many people are still unequipped to reap full benefits of digital age, right? Because of low digital literacy. Some people, including Indonesia, only knows how to use internet through, let's say, media social or chatting application. whereas the potential of digital technology is actually quite a lot, right? Not just for consumption, but also for production and other beneficial things. There are lack of financial access to support MSMEs going digital. And the last also regarding regulatory, there are obstacles in terms of the regulatory as a key factor preventing MSME digital transformation. And the fourth is about the risks of cybersecurity or the needs of cybersecurity standards, because the cost of cyber attacks is on an alarming rise. There is still a gray areas of jurisdiction between regulators and lack of global coordination. And then there are also a user lack of attention. Some people don't know yet or don't really care, don't really focus on how to prevent the cybersecurity. Next. The second area is about B20 and how B20 can help achieve these digital ambitions, and especially also where we can collaborate. Next. So for just for information, B20 is a official G20 engagement group, so similar to T20, but we represent the voices of business community. We want to support G20 with impactful, actionable policy recommendations from the business perspective, and we also hope to foster dialogue between the public and private sectors at the G20 level, and also with the international institutions. Actually, a few weeks ago, we had a dialogue between B20 and G20 leadership in digitalization with the Menkominfo as a digital economy working group. Next. And here's the team of B20 Indonesia. We want to support the G20, including in the team. So if G20 Indonesia team is recover together, recover stronger, we want to advance innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth. So there are three key priorities here. We believe that we should embrace collaborative recovery and growth, meaning that we want to foster cross-border cooperation. And then the second is we want to boost innovative global economy, because we believe that we need to unleash the potential of rapid technological advancements. And lastly, we want to forge inclusive and sustainable future. We want to empower everyone, including women, MSMEs, to maximize their potential and sustaining a livable planet. Next. So among the B20, there are several task forces. There are task forces in energy, in finance, in infrastructure, and a few others. And one of them is digitalization task force. Here are the members or the leadership of the digitalization task force. As a chair and deputy chair is Telkom Indonesia. And then some of the co-chairs, as you see here, is a combination of private companies, telco company, digital companies, like Ericsson, and then Alibaba, and then AWS, and also a private sector NGOs, right? Like World Bank, for example. Next. And here are the members of the task force. We have about 129 members among 32 countries, so G20 countries and few friends, and covering 22 industries, with a total of 2.2 million of people employed within these members, generating about $1.5 trillion of turnover every year. Next. We want to provide impact in these four areas. We want to first formulate actionable policy recommendations. I will share to you in a moment. And then the second, we want to promote inclusiveness, and we want to create legacy for Indonesia and the world. This is actually a good or very good opportunity for Indonesia, being the host, to introduce their economy and hopefully bringing a lot of partnership to Indonesia and also for the world. And the fourth is leveraging global reach. We want to advocate to Indonesia and also all members to form a partnership more to all the G20 countries, so that we don't just operate in each of the countries. Next. So here in the last topic is about the policy paper itself. Next. In the policy paper, we have 4 recommendations. So one regarding the universal connectivity. We want to ensure access to high-speed, high-capacity digital infrastructure for digital inclusion and support private efforts to bring inclusive connectivity for all. We also want to accelerate network build out through multiple initiatives, including fixed, mobile, satellite, and other systems, to expand network coverage and increase capacity, promote fair competition, global standards, and remove barriers in deployment. We also want to ensure higher usage of internet by making internet relevant for users, by providing local content to citizens and accessible to all, by ensuring that the cost of device, cost of the internet, and other value chain do not limit the adoption. Next. Regarding recommendation 2 is about the foundation and sustainable resilient digital economy. We want to unlock digital opportunities across the economy at large that prioritize ESG, or enterprise social and governance, environment, social and governance, to enhance competitiveness and drive inclusive growth. We also want to encourage open, innovative, and coordinated digitalization of governing institutions to enhance public service delivery. We also want to promote adoption of digital infrastructure, including cloud, digital ID, digital payment, digital signature, and facilitate the importance of data free flow with trust and cross-border data flows on the premise of respecting the domestic legal frameworks for each country. Next. Regarding recommendation 3 is about digital ready mindset for both individuals and MSMEs. We want to define specific desired practical outcomes in the mindset by level of education, primary, secondary, tertiary, to individuals, while promoting the use of digital equipment and solutions to enhance learning experience. We also want to improve individuals' technical digital skills through continuous education involving multi-stakeholder cooperation to increase their propension to use digital products and services. We want to accelerate responsible innovation and digital adoption, especially by MSMEs. However, applicable across all the companies at large by promoting policies to provide access to digital platforms. We also want to increase efforts to provide sustainable and fair financing for MSMEs to adopt digital technology. Last, regarding cybersecurity standards, we want to define cybersecurity and cyber resilience interoperable standards and best practice using a risk and evidence-based technology-neutral approach to all levels of supply chain. We also want to promote enhancement of cybersecurity practice through increasing awareness of security threats, bridging cybersecurity skill gaps, requiring government vendors to meet self-regulating cybersecurity standards, increasing cross-border cooperation, and championing the implementation of universally recognized norms, rules, and principles. And lastly, we want to develop youngsters' basic digital skills to be aware of digital threats and can securely browse the internet. I think that's from me. Thank you very much. I return to the moderator, Prof. Khairul. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give applause to Mr. Fajrin. So again, Mr. Fajrin, we enjoy your talk, and then I took some notes about your topic. So please stay, and then I do hope that we will ask you question at the end of the sessions. So again, thank you very much. Okay, everybody, I think we are going to the fourth speaker. And the fourth speaker, according to my list schedule, is Mr. Dr. Teguh Dartanto. Okay, so Dr. Teguh is here. So how are you, Pak? Good.
I'm good. Long time no see you, Pak. And this is now.
Yes. So
I think we met in several time in Japan.
So we are very happy to meet you here, and I do hope that we can have a very good discussion with you regarding the topic of the platform enhancement for multilateralism. Yeah. So this is a difficult word. And a multi-stakeholders partnership for the SDGs, the blended financing. So I do hope, Pak Teguh, you can provide us with a very insightful talk, and your time is about 15 minutes. So now the time and the stage and the screen is yours. Please, Pak Teguh.
Okay, thank you very much, the moderators. Thank you very much for being opportunity to me to share about the issues on the blended financing, and I think I have already discussion on the infrastructure by Professor Danang Farekset, and also in issue health by Professor Pula is my mentor, and also from Mas Fajrin from Telkom. Yeah, I do share our issues on the blended financings and how to utilize digital platform, and also many other platform to encourage financing issues on SDG. I'm Teguh, the co-chair of Task Force 9, Global Cooperation for SDG Financing, and now I'm a dean for Faculty of Economic and Business at Universitas Indonesia. So this is just a brief overview about the Indonesian condition for SDG project progress. And there are 3 goals on the track to be achieved in 2030, but the 5 goals that are still stagnating means that will be very, very difficult to achieve. So there are many issues on why the target is not will be not achieved in 2030, and there is a stagnation. The first is about the issues on sustainable cities and communities, and the climate action, the life below water and life on land, and the partnership for the goals are still stagnating. So the other goals like equality of education, clean water and sanitation, decent work and economic growth on the track, on the right track or maintaining SDG achievement. The others is still a challenge remaining. The red one is a significant challenge, and there are many things happen that if we do business as usual, maybe some target or some goal are not achieved by 2030. And the issue is not only program, not only the commitment, not only designing the program, but I think the important thing is about a financing gap. Means that we set on the target, and then the current condition, for example, maybe still have as mentioned previously, for example, like life below water, for example, only 26% area of marine state is protected. Others many still unprotected, and many target or indicator not achieved because maybe no programs. Yes, there is a still program, but maybe not quite good in financing the program itself. So with the current condition that we need is there is 2.5 trillion financing needs annually before COVID, but the COVID itself increased the financings. So for example, the pre-COVID is needed 2.5 trillions, but after the COVID needs 4.2 trillions after the COVID. So there is issues on the financing. There are huge number for financing, especially for those in developing countries or also less developed countries. So the financing will be issues because of the public financings may be very limited, especially in developing countries, that the taxation or tax revenue or tax ratio is very low. And then the other thing is the participation of the private and also the society for financing the SDGs. So the potential for private SDG financing remain largely unrealized, and the situation has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 because due to the COVID, many of the private sector dropped their commitment to finance the issue related the SDGs. But based on the voluntary national reviews, the UN found that SDG number 17 on the global partnership has the most attention from the countries. Meaning that there is the urgent need for mobilizing resources through the global partnership for financing SDG. This is the huge money that we need for financing SDGs in many sectors and many indicators. So this is for the global needs, especially for SDG financing. But the issue is how to mobilize financings. So how to encourage like the blended financing? We could not really on the government or public money financing, because especially in the COVID condition, the current situation, our country focus there on maybe the very specific issues, not maybe not the urgent. Many countries maybe all focusing on health issues, focusing more on the resiliency, more on how to boost or provide the incentive for economic recovery. But this is the how to mobilize financing resources from public, private, as also for individual investor, or also for society, for having the focus on targeting indicator or index on SDGs. But I think that there is a potential opportunity. We use like the digital platform for mobilizing the resources for SDG financing. I think this is just the potential that even though only in the emerging area of the Southeast Asia, we do have like almost half billions internet users. I mean, maybe, yeah, of course, that not all of the 440 million people are rich enough or have enough resources to contribute for financing the SDGs. But I think this is the potential that we can use the digital platform to mobilize financing. And later I will give the example in Africa that they use the digital platform to mobilize resources to finance like the project. So I think this is the potential, but why the digital is becoming so popular, and then the platform is so famous in the very young and the young people. I think the SDG financing and also concern on SDG climate change is getting the attention by young people. They concern a lot on the climate change. So maybe in this behavior, when we could mobilize the young people who concern on the issues of the climate change, SDG, maybe can provide the platform to collaborate to finance this many projects in Indonesia as well as in the other countries. There are three drivers for digitalization issue. The first is the emergence of these devices is now cheaper and become cheaper and cheaper, and the software itself. And we have the demographic changes and then the rise of the digital natives. I myself may be the generation of the digital migrants. Maybe the Gen Z is like the digital native. They live in digital platform, and also there are many digital ecosystem development and the growing marketplace, or maybe a platform like the Kita Bisa or something like that. So this is like the three wave of driver for digitalization. That's why digital platform will be a good way for mobilizing small money from the people to finance the SDGs. So this is the condition in Indonesia, maybe just showing that this is very huge opportunity to tap the potential small investor, young investor to finance the SDG related issues. So this is in the survey shown that the issue is the mobilization of the blended financing is remaining concentrated in the middle income countries, and less developed countries is only getting the very small. So it's unbalanced distribution of financing of SDG, most likely middle and also high income country. This is caused by the lack of data collection, lack of information, lack of the product standard and the performance measurement regarding the blended financing. Maybe at the Indonesian, for example, maybe there is no information clear project, for example, and that can invite investor to put their money in related to the SDG. And multilateral partnership combined with the use digital technology are indispensable in mapping and collecting data on the potential project related to SDGs. So G20 countries could develop a web-based data platform, I think, to provide comprehensive and effective data analytics for SDG-related projects. If we have the data and then platform, and then we can link between the young or maybe small investor to finance the SDG goal. This is just the one of the example that the utilization of available potential fund for investors has not been maximized. Digital technology can bring the solution. This is the one of the research from the Indiana University Lilly Family School of Philanthropy, that digital funding technology will be one of the key for the future cross-border philanthropy. If you have the digital platform and cross-border, maybe if you have the project in area in the eastern part of Indonesia, for example, if you can invite other small investor or also the philanthropy, the cross-border. Digital funding technology, crowdfunding, and online giving will be one of the source of financing. This is one of the examples that the government of the Kenya has launched M-Akiba project to raise money for infrastructure project by issuing retail bond that could be bought by small-scale individual investor on their mobile phones. I think this is the new innovation of Indonesia, also the developing country, with help for the G20 to develop the platform for listing between the project related to the SDG and also link to with the small individual in the easy way in using the mobile phone. So the digital finance offers the significant opportunities for improving the collection and processing sustainability related information and assessing environmental risk and impact on the financial sector through more effective system and data provision mechanism. For example, if we the investor is small investor, only put small money, it's very costly if we use offline, in person. So using the technology, we can match between the project and the investor. So this is the challenge, how digital technology can maximize the potential of the SDG financing. The challenge for bank, asset manager, and asset owner in allocating capital to sustainable asset is the availability data, availability of reliability, high quality, up-to-date data, environmental, social, and the governance ESG data. So this is need the centralized disclosure database that can collect all data, maybe using the regional or maybe country level specific. It will be good to have like the combined data of the project, and then after that we can expand to invite the local level small young people investor to put their money. So this is how to accelerate the blended financing. We need a differentiated approach based on the need and impact to increase the scale and effectiveness of the blended finance given the limited resources. And we need to have like more, this is for the broader, for the blended financing and integrated national financing framework can help the policymaker consider blended finance for investment in the project with high sustainable development impact. So this is one the solution that the digital technology can push or can encourage blended financing in for achieving the SDG target. At least I stop here and thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Teguh Dartanto, for very interesting talk. I think that before we have the break, please let me pick up some very insightful word from the speakers. So biggest risk and from Professor Hasbullah, we also learn about the financing, and also this is also similar with Dr. Teguh's talk related to the blended financing. So I think those are very interesting ideas for SDG and also for the development of the health in the G20 countries. And then everybody, before we have the break, please keep in your mind that we would like to give the input to the G20, impactful and actionable policy. So I think I do hope that you will ask any question related to that to the all speakers, either the on-site speakers or online speakers. So again, let's give applause to all speakers, and we have break. Thank you very much. We have a break. Okay, please announce, yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we will now have 20 minutes coffee break. When we are done with our coffee, we will be seeing these misters again on stage for another two virtual speakers, Mr. Bayondi Sandasima and Dr. Setiawan Wangsaatmaja. Also, there will be like conclusion remark by Professor Suhono. All right, so have a good coffee break.
Ada tanya jawab terakhir. Oh gitu. Apa itu? Nanti ada tanya jawab mungkin sebelum Prof Hono bicara.
Jadi bagaimana kita mengukur kecukupan pembiayaan UKP sudah cukup? Ya, tapi kalau di atas itu disebut oleh
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe.
Kepada Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ruangan,
Iya, benar. Oh dia kita pindah tempat. Kita minggu ketiga setelah 17 Agustus. Oh, sama dong. Sama biasa rata-rata kan gitu ya. Semester pendek ada? Nah, semester pendek hanya yang mulai. Oh, kalau yang baru nggak ada.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe.
Biar itu biar akreditasinya iya, akreditasinya tergantung dari kelulusan ya. Nggak ada. Sekarang jadi anak itu aja dan iya. Jadi begitu kan gitu difasilitasi. Prof kita ganti tempat duduk kan? Nah, supaya bisa lihat. Pada saya moderator. Dia kan tinggal tanya jawab. Kalau beliau ada telepon, pinggir dulu sebentar. Beliau aktif banget ya.
ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention please? The speakers are already here on stage, so we are ready to start our event in a minute. Kepada Bapak Ibu yang masih berada di luar ruangan, kami persilakan untuk masuk ke ballroom kembali karena acara akan segera kami lanjutkan.
Masih ada dua. Iya, tahu tapi online. Oh dipasin 2 menit.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe.
Oh iya, ada orang yang levelnya lemah gitu. Kalau kita kan
Yang pada mau ngomel, bayarannya kurang.
Minumannya juga udah paling ngeri jangan. Kita menyesuaikan. Adab.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have the final leg of the speaker session, and we are going to listen to more speakers. And I think they are already ready online. So please welcome Mr. Bayondi Sandasima and Dr. Setiawan Wangsaatmaja. The talk will still be moderated by Associate Professor Dr. Hoirul Anwar. Mr. Anwar, stage is yours.
Thank you very much for the MC for the introduction. So everybody, again, before we have the next talk, so I would like to remind you and also make a short review that this joint session, it is the session for the T2, and the speaker for T2 were Professor Hasbullah, Professor Parikesit, and also Professor Suhono, and B2, the speaker for B2 was Mr. Fajrin from Telkom Indonesia. And we will have also the, for the T20 also we have the Dr. Teguh is also the speaker for the T20. And for the Y20, we will be having Mr. Bayondi Sandasima. And Mr. Bayondi will be talking about the digital transformation priority agenda. So, Mr. Bayondi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Pak? Am I audible?
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, Alhamdulillah. Okay, so are you ready to provide us with insightful talk?
Hopefully that's
okay.
insightful, but I'm good.
Yes.
I'm
okay,
ready,
so thank you very much, everybody. Let's give applause to Mr. Bayondi. So, Mr. Bayondi, your talk will be about 15 minutes, and after your talk, we will have the last speakers, and after that, we will have the Q&A. So,
Right.
Mr. Bayondi, the time, the screen, and the stage is yours. So, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be sharing the stage with all of these accomplished professors and academias, some of the people that I'm also looking up to. Specifically, Pak Setiawan, I used to work with Pak Sekda as well when I was the head of implementation at West Java Digital Service. So very honored and glad to be meeting with Bapak again in this panel. And I think what West Java province is also doing is an exemplary gesture as well, where the government is opening up to have more youth participation in digital transformation. And I think it yields a lot of great innovation as well, especially not only for cities, but also for rural areas. But today I'm specifically going to talk about the Y20 summit, because we've already finalized the final summit last week, and we've already passed the communique, which would be the policy recommendation for the G20 leaders. And one of the priority agenda that we're having is on digital transformation. So as for Bapak Ibu's information as well, so in the Y20 summit, we have 4 priority agenda, namely youth employment, digital transformation, sustainable and livable planet, as well as diversity and inclusion. And digital transformation is one of the agenda that has direct overlap, and it mirrors the agenda that the G20 is also talking about. So I hope that youth participation specifically in this topic would also be useful, and it's something that would be able to contribute meaningfully to the policies that would be discussed in the G20 level. I'm going to share my screen very quickly just to look at what kind of discussion that is emerging in youth, and then what kind of policies that we think needs to be synchronized, because a lot of these is something that youth cannot do in itself and alone. So we definitely need this kind of collaboration between stakeholders, policymakers, with the support of young leaders as well, and youth in general, because when we talked about digital transformation, a lot of the actors and drivers are also young startups and the youth in general, young talents, the digital native. But unfortunately, a lot of the policies sometimes do not involve youth in its creation, and the repercussion of that policy might also impact not only the current youth, but also the future generations that are about to come. So we are very concerned specifically on this topic, and we are very happy as well that policymakers and academia are willing to also listen to what the young people are about to say. So I'm going to, first of all, starting my talk in a way, I think this is something that has been discussed, I believe, in the days before, but I also wanted to highlight just the enormous amount of potential that the digital economy offers. From year after year, it shows consistent growth in terms of users' uptake. Specifically in Southeast Asia, it's one of the fastest growing digital economy in the world. And if you're zooming into Indonesia, it reaches $70 billion in terms of potential contribution to the digital economy. And the gross merchandise value or volume has also increased significantly at the start of the pandemic at the early 2022, reaching up to 49% of value increase. And is also predicted to continue to increase significantly even years after the pandemic or in the new normal. So I think this definitely this kind of discussion needs to be happening, but it's also we need to ask ourselves whether the dividend, whether the uptake, and whether the benefits of digital transformation can be enjoyed by all. Because a lot of findings that we also see, most of these dividend and benefits are pretty much enjoyed only by people who live in the city or people who are able to pass the threshold in terms of education, in terms of access, in terms of infrastructure. But let me talk a little bit more about digital transformation benefits for businesses. I think it gives the obvious benefits, for example, lower cost on searching information, reducing price dispersion, and it also improves the matching between supply and demand for goods and services, and it's definitely good for trade as well. It also deepens financial, labor, and the retail markets, and it also removes location-based constraints for economic activities, which is also good for the youth, because a lot of the youngsters right now, they would prefer to work in whichever sectors or companies, and they would like to have that flexibility to either work from home or to work from remote locations. And digital transformation definitely gives that incentive for young workers as well. But it's not only about good stories and benefits, it also pose obvious risks and challenges. The top four in the top of mind of the youth are: number one, widened inequality. So those who do not have access would definitely be left way behind. But secondly, there is a fear that the number of specialized talent would not be enough to match up the growth and the speedier changes of the digital economy and the number of talents that they need to specialize in order to build more innovation. And there's also complexity in regards to the emerging disruptive technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, metaverse, NFT, IoT, blockchain. And there's also a growing concern, which is pretty much apparent, on protecting against privacy breach and emerging security threats. And if this cannot be handled, especially by the government, then the level of trust would be pretty much diminished. And that would also seriously possess threat in terms of digital uptake. Now, when we talked about specifically on the first challenge, which is the digital divide, what we see is that digital divide is only a tip of an iceberg. It might only be defined or categorized as the inability to access the internet, but it actually showcases a lot of other different types of inequality underneath. And that also includes inequality in education, in skills, in the ability to access public services and other types of services, and also in terms of spatial inequality. And if you look at a lot of the World Bank discoveries and findings, a lot of these digital divide and constraints do not happen only within a country, but also across country and across companies and in an individual level. Specifically, between cities and rural areas. For the population, or for the people who live in the cities, 76% of the population are able to have access to internet, but only 39% of those who live in rural have that access to the internet. And this happens not only in Indonesia, but across the globe. So the kind of trend that other countries also experience. If you look at developed countries, mostly 90% of the population has access to the internet, but for developing countries, it's only for 57% of the population, and for the least developed, only 27% of the population have access to internet. But again, it doesn't only happen across countries or within a country, it also happens across different businesses of different coping capacity. For micro and small businesses, it's only between 15 and 25% of those who are able to adapt during the pandemic and shift their brick and mortar business into digital. For medium, it's slightly higher in 34%. But for the large companies, they have much wider capacity to cope and shift. And according to this survey, 45% of them are able to adapt. In terms of individual level, men is also showed to have a better ability in terms of access connectivity. 39% is reported to have access to internet, but only 19% of women has that capacity to access. So the kind of divide and inequality is real, and it happens in multi-stages. Now, if we zoom in into Indonesian context, this is the finding from the World Bank. One of the reports launched last year, Beyond Unicorns, has a very extensive finding on this particular issue, digital divide, and how it has a lot of issues as well in rural areas. If you look at the grouping as per province-wise, Papua is the one that needs much more support because 69% of the population still do not have access to internet. But if you look at the head count, because of the population density in Bali and Java, still more than 55% of Indonesians who do not have internet access comes from these two areas. So even in Java and Bali, even in areas that are actually easier to access and it's much closer to the capital city, they still have a lot of issues when it comes to connectivity, which I think is testament in West Java as well, as I've experienced working in West Java Digital Service. But I think the government is also trying to do a lot of different efforts in order to tackle them. But just looking at the issues, I think a lot of these areas have that particular needs that need to be addressed. Now, if you look at the reason and the kind of constraints that prohibit people from having access, it's not only about the absence of infrastructure, but the affordability of the connectivity is also an issue, because 44% of the population feels like the pricing is also still very expensive. And if you look at the comparison between Indonesia and a few other countries in the region, other countries might be able to have faster internet access with cheaper pricing. So this is something that the government, in terms of price setting and regulatory framework, might also need to consult with the private sectors, whether this is something that can be worked on in order to improve the accessibility of internet connection. Now, when we talked about connectivity, a lot of the question that comes afterwards is that what is this connectivity used for? Because one of the findings that we see in the World Bank is that only 3% of Indonesia's online activity has commercial values, and the rest of it is mostly for either entertainment purposes or leisure or communications, which are not wrong per se. These are also quite useful, but we want to see how connectivity activate digital economy. And apparently only 3% of those activities has commercial values, which is also a problem in its own. If you look at bankability of Indonesian citizens, apparently only 9% have access to the digital financial services, and only 0.5% of Indonesian population use DFS for advances use cases, such as buying insurance or sending remittance or stuff like that, which is also a huge problem in a way if we want to realize the values of digital economy. And a lot of households still prefer cash on delivery, which is still much more not safe if compared to digital payment that has clear documentation and is also more secure. But apparently the preference is still not on that side. And if you look at the reason why it is as it is, a lot of them is because they do not understand the benefits of digital financial services. They do not know how to use it. And some of them, up to 59% of them, never heard of digital financial services. And that's exactly why in the Youth 20, one of the sub-priority that we talked about is on digital financial awareness. Because even though awareness sounds like a trivial issue, but a lot of the people who do not have access and who are not bankable aren't aware of the benefits of the digital financial services. So a lot needs to be done still in terms of educating and improving both digital and financial literacy. Now, in terms of policy goals that we wanting to really advocate to policymakers, stakeholders, the people who are behind the regulatory frameworks is that number one, we want to maximize the benefits of digital transformation, but with reduced inequalities. So ensuring that all types of classes, doesn't matter where they reside or the kind of socioeconomic backgrounds that they have, all of the people need to be able to have access and to enjoy the benefits of digital transformation, but also secondly, to mitigate the risk through improved governance, because a lot of these risks and challenges are still under-regulated, which is totally understandable because innovation is 2 to 3 steps faster than regulatory framework or the speed of how regulation can be made. But at least there are certain steps that can be done to mitigate this risk from happening. Now, I'm aware that I only have a few minutes left, and therefore I just wanted to jump directly on this one. So the DT communique, the Digital Transformation Communique, essentially highlights, which is pretty much the policy proposals from the youth side, is that we want digital transformation that is just, inclusive, intersectional, environmentally conscious, which is also a big issue if you want to talk about this, but it's also we want this to be human-centric. And we also want a lot of the progress to be assessed and also to be measurable. So there are 5 working groups that are discussed in the digital transformation tract in the Youth 20, and that includes digital infrastructure for meaningful connectivity, digital and financial literacy, an inclusive cross-jurisdictional G20 strategy on digital by design government, digital governance, which is quite broad in a way because these also include cybersecurity, data privacy, digital and mental well-being or mental health, and also about misinformation and disinformation. And there's also another working group on emerging financial technologies, including central bank digital currencies or CBDCs and crypto assets. Looking at specifically the kind of proposals that the youth has, so essentially, and a lot of these is also about marginalized communities and rural areas. For example, in digital infrastructure, we want to harmonize infrastructure and spectrum utilization and concession models. We also want to establish G20 Digital Wellbeing Charter, so as to ensure that the literacy is improved and people who are like youth who are accessing digital content could also balance it out with their digital well-being, etc., etc. I'm very keen to share this, and obviously we would also circulate the communique with the other engagement groups as well as to the G20 Sherpa, so that we could also work towards synchronizing the efforts that we would be doing, not only to be reflected on the G20 declaration, but also all the follow-ups and implementation that'll come after G20 Indonesia's presidency. Yeah, I think I'm going to pause it right there. Oh, before I pause, I just wanted to maybe give these 4 key takeaways for youth. I'm sure that a lot of some of the audience is also, I think, part of our constituents in a way, people who are also still young. These are the things that we also need to be considerate, especially when it comes to innovating with a platform. We need to ensure that the services and the platforms that the youth are creating or innovating with should also be inclusive. It should be accessible for users and citizens who live in rural areas, across different age demography, across different social status, genders, disabilities and special abilities, etc. And the youth needs to innovate and solve problems using technology for good. So what we're doing right now, which is policy advocacy, is only one part of trying to solve the problem, but innovating and actually solving it using digital platforms are the ones that the youth are actually very good at. We just need to have that platform and collaboration with other stakeholders, because a lot of these cannot happen without the leverage from policymakers and stakeholders. And essentially pushing for systemic change as well through regulatory framework, which can be done through the Youth 20 as well. With that, I know that I do not manage to cover everything, but I'm very cognizant of the time constraint. And I feel like my connection is a little bit patchy. But thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm looking forward to the question and answer session. Back to Bandung.
Okay, everybody, let's give applause to Mr. Bayondi. Yeah, okay, so thank you very much for a very nice talk. So we have discussed, for example, about the digital divide as the iceberg, and also some motivation for us to improve the government. So everybody, we will be having the last talk to be provided by Dr. Insinyur Setiawan, and I do hope Mr. Bayondi, please stay in Zoom, and we will be having also the question and answer later. So I would like to invite Mr. Setiawan Wangsa Atmaja. Mr. Setiawan is the representative for the U20, and the topic to be covered in this session is the urban innovation and digital transformation to support sustainable development. So Mr. Setiawan, how are you, Dr. Setiawan?
Fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Setiawan. So we will give you 15 minutes to provide the talk. And then please be in mind that when I hold this microphone, then your time is up. Okay, so please, Mr. Setiawan, please give us very insightful talk, and the stage, the time, and the screen is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderators. And I also miss Biondi. Hi, Biondi. Nice to meet you again here. And you are always very impressive wherever you are. And don't forget your second home, West Java. Okay, there are three things that I would like to present. I would like to going to present today. The first is triple disruption on the global context. So I would like to a little bit explain about this. Then this also quite close correlation between the situation, especially the global context to the cities. And the second is the opportunity for West Java that I also present to the during to the resume of the U20. And the last but not least is digital transformation for the West Java. And the first part that I'm going to present is the triple disruption, especially the global context. I think as we know that the triple disruption that hit to us, the first is industrial era. Now is not only 4.0, but now is, I think, enter to the 5.0. And the second is the climate change. And the third is the pandemic COVID-19. And of course, in the industrial era right now, as we know that the big data can become Indonesian gold mining. So I think this is the good opportunity actually. And then if you look to the 2020, so the rise of Internet things in Indonesia. So we also have some data about this, Indonesia and also West Java. And how about the climate change? The climate change, of course, this is the cause of the Greater Jakarta flood, for example, and also the climate change can inflict around 544 trillion rupiah in losses on Indonesia. So we have to, I think we have to concern about this because this is also due to our behavior actually. And the third disruption is about the pandemic COVID-19. So if you look at the impact of the COVID-19 in Indonesia, we are losing up to 1,356 trillion in 2020, according to the Ministry of Finance. And also, in other hands, pandemic also drive research and innovation ecosystem improvement. So now I'm going to talk about this actually. So that's why we need many innovations. Of course, it is needed to the cope of the problem in this disruption era. So in other hand, in the second part of my presentation, we have also opportunity for West Java. So either in internet and also demographic situation. The first, if we talk about the 10 provinces in Indonesia with the highest number of internet users, West Java is, I think, is the highest. So we can imagine, but in West Java, we have the highest number of internet user in Indonesia is about 35.1 million. So 35.1 million population that using the internet. So even though Biondi said that out of that, I think they're using is not only for the commercial things, but also for the communication. I think the mostly for that, but I think it is still good because to make a familiar for the internet is, I think is still okay. And then if we look at this 10 province according to the competitiveness index, the West Java is the second highest. I think the first is Jakarta is around 73.2 and West Java is about 58.5. This is the score of the Digital Competitiveness Index in 2022. And this is, I think, the good opportunity for us. It's not only for West Java, but also for Indonesia, because mostly our generation right now is dominated by the Gen X and X generation, and then millennial generation, and also Z generation. They are dominated around, I think, more than 80% of our population. It means that when they are born and then the technology is present. It's not like me. I think my generation is the baby boomers. It means that maybe I am the migration. If we talk about the technology, when I born, the technology is still not there, but now the technology is there. It means that I have to adaptation fastly. And then I think this is the last part, the third part of my presentation regarding the digital transformation for West Java. This is digital transformation strategy. The first is how to the capacity building for human resource, especially for the young talented, I think. And beyond also, I think one of the most talented person at the time in West Java, but now he is moved to the World Bank. And the second is process. Process is providing iterative business processes to create innovation. And the third is technology. So the technology is how to adapt, the adoption of technology as a solution to facilitate user needs. And This is the example. The West Java is also open, for coding camp, let's say, for the young generation. So this is free and comprehensive and intensive coding and programming training. So there are around 11,000 registrants, and among them is only 1,000 of them came from the outside province of Indonesia, West Java. So we open is not only internally in West Java, but we also open from other provinces. And for business process, according to the president policy, Mr. President would like to simplify bureaucracy by cuts the echelon 3, 4, and 5 official. So we also did it in West Java, and also, of course, our organization also changed. So we can say that the simplification organization leading to the from the bureaucratic to adhocracy in West Java province. GDS, as mentioned before by Biondi, that is, we call it the adhocracy in West Java. So that's why the GDS is quite productive, to create some many application program in West Java. And also, we identified like the blank spot. We have to fill in the blank spot in West Java, especially to be, I think, because all the the area in West Java, we identified around 386 units of internet infrastructure we installed in rural and also in the cities of West Java, especially in the blank spot area. And also this is the example that the application has been done in West Java. We call it Sapa Warga. Sapa Warga is one of the digitalization steps taken in West Java and in the bridging of the digital divide between urban and rural area. That is very important. I think urban and rural area should be linked each other. And furthermore, it is also useful in the verification and validation process of the social assistant during the adaptation of the new habit. So another example is the Picobar. Picobar is equipped with 32 features now that now also is going into develop and to support the handling of COVID-19 during pandemic, which is divided into 3 categories: Picobar Health System and Public Participation Hub, and also Communication Response. And also Digital Village. So I mentioned before, between cities and also village, which there should be linkage each other. So this is the Digital Village mind map that we already arranged for that. And for example, this is OFOC, we call it one village, one company, and maximizing village potential and reducing unemployment through the economic empowerment. And another example is one pesantren, one product. Pesantren is the Islamic boarding school, maybe. So one pesantren should have one product. So they build pesantren independence through economic empowerment and human resources. So in 2019, as many as around 1,000 Islamic boarding schools has participated in this program. And last but not least is Talisa. We also linkage the farmer directly to the startup, like we call it the Tokopedia, and with Tokopedia is to digitally distributing economic equality in villages through West Java. And that's all. And I should also, I think, as the member of COSERVA in U20, I would like also to give some information that the conclusion of U20, actually, there are 3 things. The first, investment in health and housing as a cornerstone to the end economic and social recovery. And the second is foster sustainable energy transition and equal access to sustainable mobility. And the third, the last one, is provide education and training on the future of work to give all people equitable access to the job market. I think that's all from me. I hope that all the presentation can give some insightful to the audience. Thank you very much, and I give back to
you very much.
the moderator.
Okay, so everybody, finally we have completely six speech from six keynote speakers, and please let me check. So we have here on site here Professor Parikasit and then Professor Hasbullah, and then I just want to check whether Mr. Fajrin is standing by in the Zoom. If not, and then it is fine, no problem, everybody, that we can go forward. The next is Mr. Teguh Dartanto. And after that, we have Mr. Bayondi and Dr. Setiawan. And so because of the completeness of the six speech from a very excellent speakers, so the next session is the Q&A. So everybody, are you ready for asking our keynote speakers with very good question, such that we can have very good discussion? The rule is like this. So first, I will invite the audience in this room, and then after that, the audience in the online, and the last might be this will be from me if we still have time. So for the first session, I would like to invite the two questions from this room first. Okay, one, and then one more questions from here. Okay, so okay, everybody, we have one question. So please stand up and then introduce yourself and ask clearly and also in brief. And please also specify whether your question is to which speaker or to all speakers. Yeah, thank you very much. So to the committee, can you provide our audience with a microphone? Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Aryo Bagas Pamungkas. I am a computer science student from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and I actually have a few questions, but I've managed to. I'm very curious to Mr. Danang Parikasit about the multi-land free flow. In your opinion, are the current society is really capable of fully using that kind of technology? Because we know that the implementation of technology is not only about the infrastructure or the technology itself, but the capability of the society of using that kind of technology, and whether or not the government has something or has like socialized to the society beforehand. Because we know in the previous issue about my Pertamina application, the society has confused and cannot fully using that kind of technology. That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, so let's give applause to the questioner. Thank you very much. Mr. Pamungkas?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Pamungkas from University Pendidikan Indonesia. I want to invite the second questions, if we have in this room. I think none. Okay, so from the online side, okay, there is no question. So it means that we just ask directly to Professor Parikasit to answer this question. I do hope that you can answer clearly and insightful. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the very excellent questions, actually. And I think I would like to elevate these questions not only to the introductions of multi-lane free flow, but rather looking at the bigger issues or bigger pictures of the adaptations of digitalizations into our society. Because I think not only me that could answer that questions, but I think Professor Hasbullah or Professor Suhono could respond to that, and also the other panelists. One of the big challenges in the digitalizations of infrastructure operations is actually not as much of the technical aspects to it. And we all recognized the importance of the non-engineering part of that solutions. Taking an example of this multi-lane free flow, we have signed a concession agreements already a year ago, and all of the issues related with the technical aspects of the system is put in place pretty nicely. We have established the mobile applications. We have been able to select the payment providers and put it as integration as our middleware technology. The front end technology has also been solved all the issues. But I think the challenge for us today is how to make sure that people, society, users are aware of that the requirements before they engage to the systems. Questions like should we have the smartphone first before engaging into that systems? What happens if we don't have enough money in our e-wallet? Questions like what happens when my mobile device is running out of the battery lives? So all the small things like that is the most commonly asked questions to us. So I think the most important aspect when we think about the adaptation of technology is to engage people, engage the users, engage society as early as possible. If I'm able to do it differently, what we will do is actually not jump into the technical aspects, but making sure that people like you and me are fully aware of the consequence of entering into that systems. So this is also another example when we move from cash to cashless in 2017. People say that we are not ready because we used to have to pay the toll fees in cash. So, but the minister at that time made decisions that this is going to be the way forward, and I think the society will adapt to that. And today, no one is asking to go back to the cash system. So I think we have in our systems we have 2 years up until the end of 2023 to make sure that people are aware of the systems and they can prepare themselves. And I think public communication is one of the a big strategy for us. So again, going back to your questions and put it in the more generic arguments on why adaptations of the digital technology is very important to engage the society, the users, the community. I think it would be one of the big recommendations for us at the TF Task Force 8 to the T20 and the G20, making sure that the government is putting enough resources to do social outreach, public outreach, and prepare all the communication strategy. That's, I think, is a key point, and I think it's very well taken from for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Parikasit, for a clear answer. I do hope that it answered the question from Mr. Pamungkas. And I would like to invite Prof. Suhono or Prof. Hasbullah if you want to add something to the answer. You, okay.
Maybe not really related directly to the question, but I think I agree with Danang that any new technology, new environment, new policy needs some adaptation depending on the subject, the aspect. For healthcare, for example, digital transformation or digitalization of information, medical services might take much longer because of the complexities of the information. And because everybody also will, as I mentioned before, will need some health services. Meaning that if we, for example, in a healthcare system, if we just provide, for example, telemedicine next decade, even next decade, probably not everyone can get access for that. Yeah. First, because of the probably physical equipment needed. Not everybody can do it. In the very rural areas, difficult. Second, the complexities of the information, because for the healthcare, basically in the healthcare sector, consumer, or in the health sector we call it patient, are very stupid, sorry to say. Even professor like me, when I become patient, I'm very stupid, because I will depend solely on the doctors. The doctor said, Prof, you have to lie down, I will give you a shot. I follow. I will not say, no, you have to reduce consumption of salt, of carbohydrate. I follow. Regardless of the intellectual level. So that's the situation for healthcare. And therefore, the challenge for the healthcare implementation, I talk also with the ministries, Minister of Health, it is very, very difficult. Not to mention the confidentiality, because in the health sector, disease is confidential. We cannot, doctor cannot say, oh, Pak Asbullah, Pak Danang have this disease. It is against the law, because that's our right of that information on what disease we are suffering. No other people can do it, because it can be used as also a weapon to do something, to criminal action for that kind of individual. So very complex. So need transition. Maybe it might take several decades to have a full. Everybody can afford it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Hasbullah, for the elaboration on the answer. So everybody, I think we still have time. So do you have any questions, further questions?
Or challenge or objection.
Objection. Okay, so it seems that no question from you. So it means that it is my time to ask all speakers questions. Actually, I have prepared from all the talk, I have 7 questions. But I think if I ask those questions, all the time is up. So I just select the most general questions, such that all speakers can answer and can also elaborate, can also take actions, because what we need from this session, from this conference, this meeting, is the impactful and actionable policy. So I will ask all speakers with 1 question. So everybody, when we see the title of this meeting is the Digital Transformation for Rural and Maritime Areas. Yeah, so digital transformation for rural and maritime areas. To the best of my observation, that many people misunderstood with the definition of the digital transformation. So, when I see the talk from all 6 speakers, what they presented about the digital transformation is correct, but spirited in different areas. To the best of my knowledge, I read one book. It is published last year, so 2021. The title is Digital Fluency. This is written by Mr. Volker Lang. So the digital transformations is comprises of the 3 layers. The first layers, this is the digitization. Digitizations mean that we convert from analog to digital. For example, by using, because I am from telecommunication, by using 4G, 5G, 6G, IoT, digital camera, sensors, and many technologies. So this is the first layer of digital transformation. What is the second layer? Second layer is the data analysis. So that book stated that for the digital analysis, we need at least 4 technologies. The first, this is the quantum computing. The second is the blockchain technology. The third is the artificial intelligence. And the fourth, this is the cloud network. So those 4 technologies are at least required for helping the data analysis after we convert from analog to digital. The top is layer number 3. This is the top. So the top is the digital business. So how can we exploit after the data has been converted from analog to digital, after the data has been analyzed? So how we implement that to business? How we can gain from that? And then I found that all 6 speakers are talking correctly in the sessions. So my questions to all speakers is that what is your elaborations about this definition, if this definition is correct, and then I do hope that it helps us to understand more. But if this definition is a little slightly wrong, so what should we understand and how we can bring this to the benefit of G20, where Indonesia is become the presidency for this G20. So first, maybe I would like to invite Professor Suhono to answer this, and then after that, Prof. Hasbullah and the. Maybe I failed. Okay. So do we have the online speakers here? Maybe I do hope that Mr. Bayondi, because you are from the Youth 20, so I do hope that your spirit is very strong for this. So Mr. Bayondi first, and then after that we have Mr. Setiawan, and then Mr. Teguh, and then after that all speakers in this room. Okay, please, all speakers, please respond and give your elaboration on this definition, because this is our main topic of today's and yesterday and today's sessions.
Apologies, Bapak. I had an issue with my connection, so I was just dropped, and I'm just recently returning. Could you kindly please repeat the question? That'll be great.
Okay,
Sorry.
so yes. Okay, so I will repeat my question again. So our topic is about the digital transformations, and I found that many people, they have the different definition on the meaning of the digital transformations. And according to what I read from the book published last year, the digital transformation contains the 3 layers. So the first is digitization. So when we convert from analog to digital. And the second layer is the analysis. So after this is becoming digital data, we analyze it using four technologies, quantum computing, artificial intelligence, blockchains, and also cloud. And the last layer, this is the digital business. So after we convert from analog to digital, we should gain something. What is the benefit of converting from analog to digital? What is the benefit of having digital process, for example? So that will be the top of the meaning of the digital transformations. So the question is that, what is your opinion about these definitions? Yeah. If you think that this definition should be added with another explanation, and then please help us to understand more about these digital transformations. I do hope that this is clear enough.
It's absolutely clear. Thank you so much. Am I requested to answer first?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr.
All right. Okay. Yes, I have an issue loading my camera. Apologies for that. But I got your question. And I think the definition has captured most of the process. And I also wanted to highlight the first problem that we encounter as we also talked about digital transformation from 19 countries plus the European Union, and then plus a few other observing institutions like ASEAN, and then we have other countries observing digital transformation track as well. Defining what that means is also an issue that we encounter because different countries experience it differently. The kind of inequality between developed and developing countries and least developed countries is also quite different, although it happens everywhere. But I absolutely agree, and I would like to highlight actually that the digital transformation is not only the transition between analog to digital, but it also has to offer values, and it has to capture that values. I think the value creation out of digitalization is something that we really need to emphasize, and that's exactly why looking at digital transformation, we also need to look at digital economy, although digital values can also be, varied, and it can, as Pa Setiawan also mentioned, it's not only about commercialization, but having values that the society can benefit is something that needs to be underlined. So if there's any change that I wish to see, I think mostly with the emphasis rather than adding more things to that definition. So emphasizing on the value creation is something that I wanted to see being emphasized on the definition of digital transformation. And specifically, perhaps to add one more thing, is that a lot of this switch need to be happening with an integrated effort, because a lot of, let's say, agencies or digital government or e-government or private sectors are trying to innovate with more applications and more websites and more data collection strategies and digital platforms. But if they are not integrated, we would end up having to enter our data multiple times, and a lot of them would end up being in conflict with one another. We've seen in many examples, like in vaccination or in the social safety net distribution when COVID strikes, it's so hard to determine which family deserves this help because there are a lot of different versions of data. And that happens because different agencies has their own innovative platforms. But if it doesn't happen in an integrated and interoperable manner, that value creation would still happen, but it happens in such a chaotic manner. So I think value creation is number one. Number two, I think there has to be more effort to synchronize all these different types of applications so that the database are not only secure, but also interoperable. And especially in government context, I think that's pretty critical to also activate our digital identification system with the KTP and NIK. There are a lot of efforts that needs to be done to integrate it with multiple public services that the government offers. And that's something that hasn't happened yet. And probably if you want to put highlights on it, it needs to be added on the definition as well. That's for me. But thank you for the question.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bayondi. So I think this is very excellent answers too for enriching the meaning of the digital transformation. So Mr. Bayondi added, for me at least, what I catch is two points. So the first is the value creations. So after we convert to digital, I think we should add value there. And then the second point, what I catch is the integrated effort. Yeah, integrated effort. We should integrate, for example, e-government. So I think this is also 2 points that can enrich our definition, our understanding about the digital transformation, such that we can take the benefit of having transformation from analog to digital. Okay, so I would like to invite Mr. Dr. Setiawan. So can you give any comments or elaboration on this part?
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I have no idea for the elaboration, especially for the definition. But as a user of the digital, especially during the transformation digital, I think I agree with Biondi. We have to create the new value, actually. We have to be there, especially for the new values. So that's why I try to do what we call it, to the capacity building, either to the digital leader and also digital talent. But the benefit of the transformation digital should be impact to the public service, because I come from the government employee, so that's why I always thinking about the digital transformation should be impact to the public service. There are 4 things that we have to think. That the first, digital transformation should be faster if we talk about the public service, and then more accurate and more efficient and effective, and also more cheaper. So if 4 things that can be achieved, then the digital transformation, I think it is very beneficial for us. I think that is my opinion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. This is very clear answer from Dr. Setiawan. So everybody, please let me summarize the answer. So Dr. Setiawan added one point for the definition of the digital transformation. That is the gain of transforming to digital should impact to the public services. The indicator is faster, accurate, efficient, and cheaper. So I think this very good, and I think we should gain that too after understanding the meaning of the digital transformation. Okay, so we give applause to our 2 speakers online. I want to check whether Mr. Teguh is still there. Mr. Teguh? Okay. So it's been that we have the 2 remaining speakers here. Maybe. Okay. So the last will be Professor Suhono. So I would like to invite Prof. Hasbullah to add the definition.
Well, adding definition may be difficult. I just want to express my views on this digital transformation. I think digital transformation is a combination of technological and societal effort to improve human life, to improve our life, quality of life. In the end, whatever the name, I believe the Darwin theory of the survival of the fittest will show us if this digital transformation benefit people in the end, because this is just a tool, right? Then it will be used for everything. But it is information, and it is transforming, changing from one method to another method. Yeah, maybe that's just comment. Thank you. Let the expert conclude.
Okay, so thank you very much, Professor Hasbullah. So everybody, Professor Hasbullah add 1 point for the definition of the digital transformation. So I think this is very excellent, yeah, for me. Yeah. So so when the book said that on the top of the digital transformation is gaining money or obtaining money, but Professor Hasbullah put the combinations. This is resulting the quality of life. So this is not just about money, everybody. So let's give applause to Professor Hasbullah. Okay, the next is Professor Danang Parikesit. Would you please to add some definitions?
Thanks. I think this is we are entering into a very dangerous session. Why? I should mention this because I don't want to have this kind of conversation during the T20 or G20. Because when every countries put a definitions and they cannot agree, they cannot come up with the, as you said earlier, the actionable policies. We are too busy of defining what would be the best definitions. And this is very dangerous. I mean, today we are not an academic or scientific exercise to agree on what definition would be the right definitions. But I think what is important for us is the impactful policy that coming out of what we call the digital transformations. I think it's very important. I think Professor Hasbullah mentioned on the importance of a better well-being, which is very important for us on why we are having this conversation, right? Even in the areas of infrastructure in my sector, people are still arguing about whether we are talking about digital infrastructure or digitalization of infrastructure. To us, at the Secretariat, we think both are very important and very relevant. We should not choose one over the other what is important. I think the important is everyone within this domain is pushing forward. And I think in my presentation, in the beginning of my presentation, I was talking about the demand for goods and services were increasing on the one hand. On the other hand, the supply is getting scarce. Either financial capital or human capital are getting scarce, and we are very difficult to get good capital with the low cost of capitals, and we have difficulties is getting human capital with the high qualifications. And it's why the exit strategy on meeting those two is basically the technology. I think people are more or less agree on that. And when people ask about what kind of technology, we are start thinking about the digital technology to help them meeting those gaps between the demand and the supply. And I think the commercial implication of that, it comes naturally. When you have a efficiency gain, you have a commercial gain, then you will have the business that could tap into that and investment that could put into that innovation and technology. And I think it's for us today, it's more important to look at how this digital transformations, for whatever definition it is, can give benefits to society and give improvement on the well-being of the society. So that's my position, and I think it's also the position of Task Force 8 in this issue.
Okay, everybody, let's give applause to Professor Parikesit. Yeah, because to the best of my understanding, that what Professor Parikesit answered, this is belongs to the definition of digital transformation too. And then Professor Danang, yeah, add one more point, that is the impactful and actionable policy, yeah, should be inside of the digital transformation. So I think that's the point that we should take away from these sessions. Okay, so because the time is almost up, I would like to invite Professor Suhono to provide us with some points that can summarize what we get from these sessions.
Yeah. Thank you.
And please elaborate also Samba. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Khairul Sensei. Please, my material, PPT, provide. I would like to answer the question from Khairul Sensei regarding transformation. This is my work, how to define and how to become doable in G20. So I would like to start with the second pages. Next. Yes, actually, digitalization is one of the catalysts, as the principle of the G20 pillars, as a catalyst for all of the aspects in transformation in our life, because since COVID-19, and also we try to recover our situation in health situation, and also in economic, and also in climate. So digitalization is not only technology, but why digital and why we need data. This morning from the United Kingdom talk about data infrastructure. The point important is data, how to get the data, and then from analog to digital, from manual to digital, from no data becoming data with IoT, etc. And that is a digitalization or digitification. And then we talk about the digital transformation. But in my point of view, we talk about that smartization. Smartization is not just technology, but also people, process, and we plus with the data. So people, process, technology, and data as one of as four main components to transform our life. For our COVID-19 recovery, for economic, or so this is our job in Task Force 2, digital connectivity, empowerment, and cybersecurity. This is in my more detail about the definition. Digital transformation is a process that aims to improve an entity, ecosystem, system by triggering significant change, like an impact, like in what is the result to its properties. It depends on health, on infrastructure, on building, smart building, on education, in trade, in farming, and so on and so on, through combination of information, computing, communication, and also connectivity technology. So the important thing, significant change in our problem, in our challenge is in COVID-19, in economic, in health, and also in climate change. This is how to significant change because our triggering on technology. But technology important, but not enough. It's also people, and also another point in that progress. Next, based on digital transformation challenges, we divide in a Task Force 2 with 9 policies area. Start with connectivity. This morning, this afternoon, Ministry of Communication and Informatics talk about the connectivity, and then digital economy, and so on and so on. Basically, digital connectivity is an important infrastructure. And then the second is digitization and smartization. How to get the data, not only from analog, from manual, from no data. In Bandung, there are about 2.5 million people. So there are more than 10 million data changes every day, because Pak Khairul from his home to Telkom University, and then his hair and the eyes changes, and we can understand what is going on about Pak Khairul, and about the Bandung, about the road, about the traffic, about the hospital, and so on and so on. So how to get the data? data-driven. So datafication, then smartification is our homework in Task Force 2. Then the others is about the AI, technology, data governance. Digital Economic Working Group talk about the data flow. It's very debatable. It's very, yes. But what is the regulation and how to make policy in data flow? Not only for our our life in the city, but also multi-nation, about the foreign direct investment, digital, and so on and so on. And then about the people, digital literacy. In a small medium enterprise, in gender challenges. And another is also we consider about the cybersecurity that's led by Pak Khairul. Security is the challenge. This is one of our consideration in policy area. Then we also consider the impact and potential international collaboration to overcome that. So based on 9 policy area, we invite to the world with 116 papers submitted to Think 20. Next. And we accept 25 documents from the words. There are in average 2 and 3 policy brief proposal that is submitted and accepted to the Secretariat. Next. And this is still in recommendation draft, not yet recommendation, because we still waiting from this meeting. In previous G20 talk about the advanced country. So Pak Khairul talk about why we talk about the rural and maritime. Rural and maritime is our country, India country, Brazil or Argentina and so on, and the rest of G7. So in Indonesia, we try to emphasize, or we also consider rural and maritime. So Jawa Barat province is one of our partners to implement we call it Living Lab. Living Lab is one of our proposed in G20, T20, and yesterday soft launching by Province Jawa Barat, also Professor Bambang Brojo as a lead chair T20, and also Ministry Education, Pak Professor Nizam, because this also include Kedareka. There's a step from Kedareka. And so we also propose in 4 area, in Bandung, in 2 area, and in Indramayu 2 area. One is for maritime and in villages. This is one of the new in G20, I think, because rest of the G7, they talk about the ocean and so on. And the policy recommendation is promote affordable, high quality, and also forming a consortium of enable universal internet access is the connectivity also, and also according to G20 principle about the control data, human center. Last week we just discussed with Pak Bambang Brojo the Safari Digital, with perbudakan. We talk about how to govern the data. 10 years ago we talk about human just controlled by machine, but people is more than that. Human centered. Peduli Lindungi is one of the example data driven our life, but data is also dangerous. So one of our authors proposed about the data governance in how to control the data, how to make human-centered data or digital governance. This is one is our candidate for recommendation. And also the next recommendation include the need to create a regionally focused database and children access and digital resources, globally connected with a multifaceted strategy that promote the digital inclusion and empowerment of female entrepreneurs. And then also promote the J20 Smarter World Living Lab as a method for resolving issue in a manageable area. Smart city, digital city is very big, but we start with the small area, with successful and manageable. It's one of these recommendation. And the J20 should identify and encourage countries to share the smart city development experiences, also smart village experiences, smart maritime experiences, to develop a unified smart egg framework and model and support the creation of common smart city or smart egg standard to unlock innovation and investment opportunity with the public-private partnership. This Pak Danang is very, very excellent in a public-private partnership financial. In addition, the G20 promote an effective digital governance system to accelerate the transformation. This is basically, and we also have a policy recommendation to digital economic working group, especially in 3 priorities. Next. This is special because digital T20 not only for digital economic working group, but also the other digital working group in another minister. Next. This is about the connectivity and post-COVID-19 recovery. Promote high quality fixed and mobile broadband for all in supply side, demand side, and funding, and also to ensure a proper division of responsibility between agents responsible of industrial policy versus those responsible. Form a consortium to provide universal access through infrastructure development, adopt open digital governance, set and up internet tariff, and so on and so on. Next. Digital skill and digital literacy. This is our discussion about the man, about the human, and so on and so on. This is we also have some recommendation, but this is a draft. Next. Next. Cross-border data flow and data free flow with trust. This is one of these homework of the digital economic working group in cross-border, because this is also continuing from the Italy G20. Next. Yes. This is there are about our draft recommendation, but still in consideration with our team and also with the communicate team in T20. So based on our discussion 2 days, we would like to add the recommendation and also some additional recommendation if meaningful for our task force. I think this to answer what is digital transformation is not only this, but also what is the security, what is the connectivity, what is the people, what is that, so that we can any significant change in our consideration in G20 in economic, health, and climate change. Thank you very much, Pak Khairul.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Suhono. Let's give applause to Prof. Suhono. Okay, so everybody, okay. Yes, we have only 5 minutes because I do hope that we can close this exactly at 5 o'clock. So within these 5 minutes, I would like to make a brief conclusion from all 7 speakers, including Professor Suhono. So this is my note, yeah. So I do hope that this is correct. So from Professor Danang Parikesit, we learned that 70 plus technology provides significant impacts on the infrastructure asset, and then cybersecurity is the biggest risk. And then multi-lane free flow, yeah, this is a new technology that I think will revolutionize the toll road, and this will use the technology of satellite, especially the GNSS. This is the Global Navigation Satellite System. And then actually, also from us, from Telkom University, we also make suggestions and also recommendation to the government that we should develop the satellite technology of Indonesia. And then the second, this is from Professor Hasbullah. According to my note, I am sorry if this is not enough. So first, the vaccination. This is we have the uneven fact of the vaccination. 75% this is for advanced country, and then 55% for the EMDE, and 8% for the low-income countries. And then what I also take note here, we have the 21 communicable disease have potential for the outbreak pandemic, and then public funding for health is required in Indonesia, and then we should also have the equitable funding, yeah, of which the meaning is the proportion to the GDP. And then from the speaker number 3, we have the Mr. Fajrin from Telkom Indonesia, of representing the B20. So cybersecurity. So cybersecurity, because we have the costs and gray areas, just jurisdiction and lack of the global coordination. So again, this is similar to with Professor Parikesit, that cybersecurity is important point. And then what we need from the G20 is impactful and actionable policies. And then from speaker number 5, we have Mr. Bayondi here. Mr. Bayondi give the talk about the digital transformation priority agenda, where we have the total of 50 million internet users. And then the challenges are artificial intelligence and machine learning, and also the security. And then digital divide, it is becoming the iceberg. And then nearly half of Indonesia is offline. And then the reason of the digital divide is, at least the two reasons, maybe more than this: absence of the infrastructure, and the price is expensive or not affordable. And then internet in Indonesia only 2% for commercial values. And then for speaker number 6, we have the Dr. Setiawan representing the U20. So we have the triple disruption. So the first is the industrial 5.0 and also society 5.0. And the second is climate change, and the third is the pandemic. And then Dr. Setiawan also highlight that West Java has a special case because we have the total of the Z generation, or Gen Z here, around 11.56% compared to other areas in Indonesia. And then there are the digital transformation strategy. So 3 strategy for the digital transformation. So the first, this is the human resources, and then process, and also the technology. And then Dr. Setiawan also highlight one pesantren, one product, yeah, or OPOP, yeah, one pesantren, one product. So that's from the 6 speakers. And finally, Professor Suhono also provided us with the detail of the task force 2, where the cybersecurity is there, and I am also the person in charge for working on the cybersecurity. And I also found that many speakers are pointing out the cybersecurity. And everybody, since we are also working on the cybersecurity and data privacy, we found that the current security of the internet is actually unsafe. Yeah. One of them is because of the development of the quantum computing. The quantum computing can break, of course not 100%, can break almost many security protection currently. So I think we need to develop the post-quantum security. So I do hope that this is included also in the task force in the T20 and becoming one of the input for the recommendation in communique for the G20. So I do hope that it summarize our talk today, and I do hope that everybody can have many points as the takeaway from these sessions. So we are very sorry if we have mistake, and I do hope that our talk are useful and insightful for you. And I close this session. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak. Prof.
Terima kasih, Prof. Terima kasih. Thank you. Langsung nginep dulu. Saya nginep. Oke. Karena jam 6 masuk lagi nih. Langsung jalan ya? Ya. Dia aktivis.
All speakers, would you please come off stage? We have a token of appreciation for all the speakers. Professor Parikesit, maybe just a bit. Off stage is okay as well? Or on stage, okay? So we would like to offer this token of appreciation that will be given or presented by Professor Suhono. The speakers first, Professor. Professor Parikesit boleh? Okay. Okay, in front of the stage, yes. All right, photographers. Oh, okay. One, two, three. Okay. Thank you. The other one. One, two, three. Thank you. Professor Parikesit, if you still have time, we would like to have a photo together later after everyone gets the token of appreciation. For Professor Hasbullah. Yes. Okay. Yes, one, two, three. Another one, Professor. Okay. One, two, three. Okay, thank you. Another token of appreciation we would like to also offer to Professor Khairul Anwar. For the moderator, yes, thank you so much, Bapak. One, two, three. Thank you. All right, so now we are going to have a photo together. Foto bersama dulu Bapak satu kali ya. Boleh di depannya ya. Baik. Okay, photographers ready? One, two, three. Big smile. One, two. Okay, so the symbol of collaborations. One, two, three. Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Sukses, Profesor ya. Aku pamit ya. Langsung balik. Aku langsung balik.
Ladies and gentlemen, the previous last leg of the speaker sessions has designated that this hybrid digital transformation for rural, village, maritime area and joint session of T20, B20, U20, area and DEWG has come to an end. We thank you for your active participation. See you again and have a great time.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe.